victory is mine. Show you the harder the battle, harder I fight. I've come too far to quit. Step back, I'm going in. I'm cranking up on the throttle. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our 2-year anniversary stream. My name is Tekane, and I'm not alone today. We have a long schedule and a lot of things to do. I'm not alone. I'm joined by the amazing, the Sailing Robin and
Good
Prince
morning.
Blip.
Hello, guys.
Hello, everyone.
And I hope you guys have a lot of time today and brought a lot of time because we have a lot of things to do. So, what will you what will expect our viewers, Robin?
I think you phrased that wrong. Is what are our viewers? No, the actual schedule for this stream is going to be pretty intense. We are going to start with 2 hours of Ships of the Line, featuring Prince Blip and a special guest that we have right now in the background.
Yes.
Not yet, but he's preparing himself. Is
Yes.
the one and only Drachinifel. Drachinifel? Drash,
Drachinifel.
basically.
Yeah.
And we'll have a around 2 hour stream, and then we'll move on to the anniversary stream where we'll have a bunch of good stuff happening.
Yeah.
A straw poll with challenges, a giveaway, and just a bunch of stuff.
Yeah,
So-
and basically to take it away from Lane so we can rest his voice now for the next 2 hours. What we're going to have is we're going to have a challenge straw poll that we're going to post now where we have a bunch of, suggestions, and the most picked, we will play that. We will play them. We will have a bingo running where we have a few words and phrases written down and events that can happen where we just make a mark. We will not do it during the historical stream. We will collect the bingos. And we will have an additional giveaway plus later something very special for you guys. So stay tuned. And so now both Robin and me are going to disappear for the next 2 hours. And I will hand it over to Lane and Prince Blip and Drachinifel.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
So, most of you may know who Drachinifel is, but I'll give you a little quick rundown. He is a naval history YouTuber, and even you could call him a full-on naval historian now, because he's delving into more and more into primary sources. And do you have anything to add on?
No, that's pretty much a good summation of what I do these days.
So
yes,
definitely check out his YouTube channel. It would be youtube.com/Drachinifel.
Mm-hmm.
And so the plan here today, and I cannot speak today at all. Oh, it's because I'm listening to myself. Let me mute myself on this. That's better. That's why. If you've ever done the challenge of listening to yourself while speaking, I do highly recommend the challenge. However, so the plan for today is to cover the very beginning of United States cruisers. And we're not talking about the 6 frigates of long ago, but the new Navy, as it were. So in 1865, we have the end of the Civil War. Yeah, the U.S. Navy of something like 600 warships total, massive Navy. But by 1883, we're down to, 26 warships? What's going on? What's going on there?
So it's effectively the same thing that happens pretty much persistently up until the end of World War II, although somewhat less at the end of World War I, which is that pretty much from the outset of the United States as a nation, Congress will fund as a fair, decent-sized navy for what the economy will support at the time of war, and then almost immediately after war ends, they just cut funding almost right down to the bone, and in some cases beyond the bone. So the US Navy, in the run-up to that period, I mean, you have the Revolutionary Navy, or the Continental Navy as it's sometimes called, which ceases to exist after the US becomes an independent nation, and is then brought back because of the Barbary pirates, in part, and the quasi-war with France. So that's where the 6 frigates come from. The 6 frigates are supposed to be joined by a bunch of ships of the line and further frigates in the aftermath of the War of 1812. Most of the ships of the line eventually get completed after a very long and extended hiatus, but most of them pretty much go straight off into reserve. So the US Navy stays quite small during that period. They build a few more ships, few frigates, then a few steam frigates, and so forth. Then you have the American Civil War. Everything gets built en masse, and then after the American Civil War, everything gets scrapped en masse again. And then for sort of the late 1860s, the 1870s, and even going into the 1880s, the US Navy is left without anything in the way of modern shipping, and most of what it's got is very badly maintained and decaying, to the point that when we reach the period that we're starting to look at the some of the US cruisers, the impetus for all of this is obviously the US has the Monroe Doctrine, which for the majority of the 19th century is actually enforced by the Royal Navy, because it rather suits the Royal Navy to not have other European powers interfering in the American hemisphere. And then a Brazilian ironclad, of all things, shows up in New York Harbor. And a lot of people look at it and they realize that you could basically put the entirety of the existing US Navy against that thing and it would probably win. Right. So this kind of is a bit of a shock to various US politicians and other groups who obviously consider the US to be the preeminent power in the American side of the Atlantic. And that kickstarts this drive to a new navy, or a steel navy, depending on which press reports you read. And that's kind of where we start off. So it kickstarts cruiser and battleship development, but we're obviously looking at the cruisers.
Right, because this is not the Navy we think of today, where you have massive aircraft carriers and can project everywhere in the world. It's definitely a small, coastal, even local Navy. And even when it was huge during the Civil War, it didn't have the ability to fight in a massive battle line or even go global. Yeah,
its projecting power is not a thing that the US Navy does in the first 100 or so years of its existence, with the sole exception of expeditions to the Barbary Coast in the very early 1800s, and then obviously the so-called opening up of Japan a little bit later on. But by and large, as you say, the US Navy is mainly there, when it's there at all, to protect the US coastline and occasionally to annoy people who might otherwise be adverse to the USA with things like commerce raiding and such. Mm-hmm. And that's pretty much where we find the US when it starts its new navy. With the cruisers, they're actually built much more with a mind towards commerce raiding than anything else, which is obviously traditionally seen as the act of a lesser power.
Right, like this is almost the same sort of beginning of the new Kriegsmarine. It's kind of the same style. You start with commerce raiders, and then you work your way up from there. And except they didn't quite go as large and didn't continue on with it. So in 1883, we have 4 American cruisers ordered. Well, cruisers. Really 3 cruisers and a dispatch boat.
Yeah.
And they are you have Atlanta, Boston, Chicago, and I believe it's Denver. Mm-hmm. Or is it?
Dolphin, I think, actually, is the dispatch vessel.
Oh, okay. And these are not modern ships of any description. I have a photo here of, this is the Atlanta, and a photo of I believe this is a Squadron of Evolution, which is all three of the ships. And these are like where the U.S. Navy really begins. The one that we know of today starts with just a small set of cruisers, and they're still mixed sail and steam. And they're like the largest of the three is Chicago, and which is basically just a scaled up version with a couple of 8-inch guns added. And like, what is sort of like the characteristics that you would describe these ships with?
So, amongst other navies, depending on which of the three proper cruisers you're looking at, they would either be described as second or third class protected cruisers. None of them are big enough to enter the first class protected cruiser category. None of them have belt armor, so they're not armored cruisers. But they reflect an understanding in the US Navy that it's effectively learn to walk before you can run, because this impetus for the new Navy, it will drive the development of other heavier ships, so armored cruisers. Maine is initially designed as a small battleship, gets reclassified relatively swiftly to being an armored cruiser, and then Texas, which is an improvement on Maine and is sometimes defined as the first proper US Navy battleship. But they realize that, if you're going to build these big sort of high thousands, low tens of thousands tons ships, and you've basically got zero building experience when it comes to building steel warships, it's probably not a good idea to just launch straight into that. And hence the ABCD ships, sorry, which it gives them an opportunity to figure out how are we building this new navy without it going horribly disastrously wrong. Although one of the ships does get quite badly delayed because it turns out the shipyard that they've given the contract to has never built a warship before, let alone a steel warship. And then the Secretary of the Navy, for various silly reasons, decides not to accept the ship into service when it eventually comes into service, which causes the yard to go bankrupt, which really doesn't help matters at all. But it gives the US Navy its first chance to explore these new naval technologies. And you mentioned the Squadron of Evolution. That is critical, because up until this point, the US Navy has gone 15, 20 years without any significant formation of ships sailing around, and certainly nothing with any kind of what could be considered modern ocean-going firepower. And so not only are they learning how to build warships again, they're also learning how to operate and command warships in a squadron again, rather than individual commands or desperately holding on for dear life in a monitor they just hope it doesn't leak in the middle of the ocean. So this is where Atlanta, Boston, and Chicago come in, and they relatively quickly actually hand over their role in the Squadron of Evolution as further ships are completed, because obviously you have a bunch more. You've got later on in the 1880s, you've got Vesuvius, which will have a small role in the Spanish-American War. There are a bunch of armed merchant cruisers that get taken up into service because of the Spanish-American War, but they're probably not really worth talking about because, armed merchant ships are not really designed for war. But then as you go forward, you have in the 1890s, you start to see bigger and better ships. So very end of the 1880s, early 1890s, you've got Newark, Charleston, Baltimore, Philadelphia, San Francisco, and they're all gradually scaling up in size and capability. They don't necessarily all have 8-inch guns the way that some of the ABCD ships do, but they have a much larger battery of 6-inch guns. So this is kind of cementing their place in what you would call elsewhere the second class protected cruiser role. Right. And just so for the viewers are aware, that kind of designation, it's mostly adapted from the Royal Navy, which does use it extensively. A lot of other navies tend to adopt something similar. And effectively, your second class protected cruiser is scouting, colonial duties, general flag showing, that kind of thing. A third class is basically can probably take on an armed merchant cruiser and win, and that's probably about it. It's not particularly fast, it's not particularly well armed. The first class
Navy, in the US Navy, they refer to the third class as peace cruisers.
Yes,
really, and it's mainly for the reason that they're not ideal warships.
No, they're basically gunboats with slightly longer range and base and effectively no protection. The first class protected cruisers and are basically your fleet units. They're big, powerful, long-range ships that are either designed to be foreign station flagships. Of course, the US doesn't have any foreign stations really until the Spanish-American War, and when it gets to the Philippines and such. And you also designed to stick with the fleet. And there's a little bit of crossover between what counts as a first-class protected cruiser and an armored cruiser in terms of firepower. Speed-wise, they're relatively similar. The protecteds tend to be slightly faster, but the armored cruisers have belt armor, hence the name. But at this point, in the 1880s and early 1890s, the US doesn't have a battle line, so it doesn't make sense for them to have a ship of that kind of designation until the mid-1890s, once they start thinking about battleships and armored cruisers, which to a point at this point are thought of as kind of almost second line battleships. And you do see this later on in places like the Battle of Tsushima, and indeed actually in the Spanish-American War, where armored cruisers kind of fill in for battleships where the navy in question doesn't have enough battleships.
Right.
But there is one small diversion from this, because all of these cruisers are effectively, as I say, they're second-class cruisers. They're designed to show the flag. They're designed to mostly commerce raid, because this is what the US Navy is thinking of doing. If they realize at this point, if they end up in a war with a navy that actually matters, they're not going to be able to win a fleet battle. For a lot,
anybody that can get to the US is going to have more forces than the US can handle.
Yeah. So the idea is that these cruisers will hit enemy commerce, dilute enemy strength, and hopefully distract them, and basically make it too painful to continue the war. Which, as you say, you've got to get to the US in the first place, so it is going to be very expensive to start with. There is one sort of the culmination of this, which is USS Olympia, which of course is still around. So she is definitely a first-class protected cruiser in the traditional designation. In some ways, she's almost similar to a small armored cruiser, or even maybe a second-class battleship in the way that she's laid out. She's very big, she's very fast, she's very well armed, certainly compared to her contemporaries in the protected cruiser categories. But she's also hilariously expensive as a result. And the main objective of the Olympia is that she will be able to do long-term commerce raiding, because all of the ships that have come before, they do have this one problem, that they're relatively lightly protected. They've got decent but not sort of absolute top-rate armament, and their speed is okay, but again, nothing to write home about compared to other ships of the similar class. So they realize that if they do end up going commerce raiding with these ships, they'll last a certain amount of time. But if you go up against someone with a lot of their own ships, like the British or the French, and then perhaps later on the Germans, then eventually they're going to be caught. And when they get caught, unless they're caught by a third-class cruiser, they're probably either not going to survive that encounter, or if they do, they're going to have to return to base, because they're going to have taken a fair bit of damage. Olympia is designed to be able to take on those kinds of other protected and small armor cruisers that might be doing the commerce protection mission and win quite convincingly. So she has these heavy 8-inch guns. She has a big battery of 5-inch guns. In a lot of ways, she resembles a scaled-down pre-dreadnought battleship. And initially, the idea is that we're going to build this big fleet of Olympias. That's going to present a huge threat to anybody who wants to fight the US Navy, because, okay, we still don't have a battle line to speak of, but most of the ships that various powers have designed to take on commerce raiders can't handle her or any theoretical sisters.
And throughout this period, the 1980s, or sorry, not the 1980s, 1880s and the 1890s, these cruisers are almost used as a method for the U.S. Navy to develop their industry.
Yeah.
Because as we mentioned with the ABCD class, one of the navies one of the shipyards had never made a warship before. And you could pretty much say that for any shipyard in the U.S. Because there had been no orders really for new warships since the Civil War. And you need to have specialized industry for any sort of, for armament, for armor especially, and for even structural steel. And and this is part of the reason why it's so slow to build these early cruisers, because it takes like 5-6 years to get the first cruisers on board, which normally a cruiser build times you're looking at 2-3 years. But a lot of this structural steel technology that goes into building shipyards is sent out to private industries in the U.S., who then use it to build the first skyscrapers. And so a lot of this technology is intertwined with each other, in culturally in the U.S. as well as with just the history of industry.
Yeah. And a lot of it is, they're also looking at expanding the existing infrastructure, because they do have naval dockyards and such. But, when your last major building program was wooden frigates and monitors, and then you get to the period where you're building something the size and displacement of something like Olympia, you do have to look at, expanding your yard's capacity. Not only the yard that's building it has to have a slipway which can take it, which they probably do, because merchant shipping, which the US has been building in the interim, has gotten somewhat large, especially with ocean liners, but also with things like dry dock facilities, which obviously you need to maintain them, and even cranes, because although it's not the USA, around about this time period down in South America, there's a peace treaty that's brokered between Chile and Argentina, and one of the slightly embarrassing issues they have is that they agree to disarm some of the biggest and meanest ships they've had built by foreign countries, except they then find that there's no dockyard in the entirety of South America with a crane that has enough lifting capacity to actually remove the turrets and the guns from some of these ships. And for the US, they don't want to be in this situation of where, well, we've put a gun in, but now we can't actually take anything out to repair, replace, rearm. And so all the infrastructure that is going on, things like Bethlehem Steel Corporation and such, like, they're having to build up all of this stuff as well, and hopefully future-proof it, because everyone can see that ships are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So there's no use building a dockyard or a slipway that can handle exactly the largest modern ship at the time, because 10 years from now you're going to need something even larger.
Right. It's a constantly moving goalpost, even, because ship size goes monumental over time, and to where even in World War II people were struggling with this same problem.
Yeah, and you end up with US cruiser design as you get into the 1890s. It kind of goes off in two very different directions depending on which type of cruiser, the protected or the armored, you're looking at. And yeah, let's just say the story of US protected cruisers prior to World War One is not a happy one. So you mentioned the peace cruisers earlier. So yeah, this is an attempt by mostly the political side of things to get ships that they can call cruisers, but without having to pay the kind of money that they paid for Olympia and other things. So it's partly cost saving. It's partly also that as more and more battleships are beginning to have their keels laid down, they're thinking about, we might actually need a fleet screen, and for that, more ships is better than few.
Right.
And so you end up with this weird and wonderful collection of some okay but not brilliant small protected cruisers. Was probably about the most charitable thing that can be said for them. And then also the peace cruisers, which are, as we said earlier, basically gunboats with an extended range, which, to be honest, would lose in a fight with practically anything that worthy of being called a warship, and are really somewhat pointless, apart from developing a crew and command structure and a kind of a pathway, for a career pathway for officers, and getting you this cadre of trained men, which hopefully might actually then be useful when you build something that's actually worth taking into battle.
Right.
This kind of all. Sorry.
And so, I mean, we're speed running a little bit when it comes to the different ships that we have going on, and because the details of these early cruisers are very widely varied. You have some very high technologies coming in, and you have some pretty obsolete technologies, and the for example, I think it was Chicago had a brick-fired furnace for its boilers, which is even by that time hopelessly obsolete. And the the U.S. Navy holds on to sails for longer than most other navies do.
Yeah, I mean, sails are still seen as somewhat useful on what are called foreign station ships in most navies because steam engines right up until the very end of the 19th century are fine as long as you're sailing, relatively speaking, short distances, so a few thousand miles at most.
Right.
And then you can refuel either from a friendly port or a friendly ship or whatever. But if you are going to be going long distance for extended periods of time, the way that cruisers would do, especially in the Pacific, which is, of course, the world's biggest ocean, you're basically, especially with the smaller cruisers, you're going to run out of fuel before you get anywhere useful.
Right.
Which means that either you are basically sailing point to point and just hoping you make it to each refueling station in stages, or you have sails, and obviously that will either augment your steam power or could replace it entirely.
Because you don't get into steam-only cruisers until Baltimore, which is I think 1890. I want to say 1892ish. I can't remember the exact date on that one. And,
she comes into service in the 1890s.
It's pretty much just in time to make it out for the Spanish-American War, which is kind of the heyday of the early American cruisers, proving grounds of sorts.
Yeah, and I mean, you to be fair, like some of these ships, like even Boston, the second of the A, B, C, D ships, by the time of the Spanish-American War, she's pretty much lost her sail rig because the sails at this point, they're useful, but they are, whereas, 10, 20 years before, sail was primary, engines were secondary. Now the engines are the primary, the sails are secondary. And various bits of operational experience and some improved engine technology eventually reassures the US Navy that actually we maybe don't need them. But of course, better to have them and not need them than need them and not have them. And so this is why, as you say, they stick with actually installing masts and yards and sails for quite a while. But during the 1890s, we start to see them all beginning to disappear, either not being installed on new ships or gradually being removed from older ships to save weight and increase stability.
Right. You even see it get reduced down to even just a schooner rig, which is just the triangle sails, more or less, on San Francisco and a few of the other ships that come around. And so eventually the U.S. Navy is starting to look like a more modern Navy that can actually perform on par with some of the smaller of the large navies.
Yes.
And that comes to a head, and essentially in the Spanish-American War, which kicks off in 1895, and you see two major battles: Battle of Santiago de Cuba, and as well as the Battle of Manila Bay, where Olympia earns her fame. So I guess do we want to cover any other ships before we go into that, or?
Well, to be honest, I mean, we've kind of briefly, as you say, briefly covered the ships that the Americans have been building up. There's only really two, I guess, sets of ships to cover before we launch into the Spanish-American War. So one of them is the original New Orleans class cruisers. They have the rather interesting distinction of being one of the very few foreign-built classes of ships that will serve in the U.S. Navy, because they were never designed for the U.S. Navy. They were actually designed for the Brazilian Navy, and then sold on and sold on and sold on because the Brazilians couldn't afford them. But they were up for sale in the mid 1890s. And the US realized, these are two fairly modern, relatively powerful, if somewhat small, sort of second-class protected cruisers. There's a good potential that Spain, which obviously is watching the increase in tensions as well, might buy them and so they decide to get in there first and purchase them before the Spanish can, in order to prevent the Spanish from having them more than anything else.
Right, and these are actually the oldest ships that we have in World of Warships and World of Warships Legends. So it's called the New Orleans class because she was the first ship, but the other ship in the class is Albany, which in World of Warships Legends, that's where the United States Cruiser Line starts.
Yeah,
which is kind of ironic that it starts with a British-built ship, but it's got the ethos more or less.
Yeah, and the other thing is that just before the Spanish-American War kicks off, you've got Maine, obviously, which is the catalyst for the Spanish-American War, but the US does also build a couple of other armored cruisers before the Spanish-American War, which of course Brooklyn would show up at off of Cuba. But so you've got New York and Brooklyn, the first two actually as designed armored cruisers of the US Navy, as opposed to Maine, which was originally supposed to be a small battleship and then reclassified.
Right, and they're not, and I think it would be fair to say that they're far from perfect, because I mean, more famously, New York has the issue of where it has two sets of power plants basically, and you can get your full speed running both of them, and you can get cruising speeds running either half of the set, but it takes you hours to switch to going to both. So if you need that in a hurry, which ends up happening, you end up getting outrun by somebody.
Yeah, and Brooklyn ends up with this exact same issue when it's well, not exactly the same issue, but pretty much when it's actually involved in the big battle off of Cuba. It gets somewhat short-footed. It's got half its power plant running, and effectively, only because it's a cruiser and therefore somewhat faster than the rest of the battleships total, it's actually able to just about keep up with the rest of the battle line running on half of its power plant. It's effectively doing the sort of movie comedy routine of hopping down the street desperately trying to put its trousers on at the same time.
Because in order to make the switch over to full power, it has to literally just stop and then make the full on switch, and to do that you would just get completely left behind. So might as well make do with what you can.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few interesting features on New York and Brooklyn. So armored cruisers of the time, generally speaking, go with either a big single gun up front and one aft, which is normal British practice, usually using a 9.2-inch gun, or they'll use something like a 7.5 or an 8-inch in twin mounts, twin turrets, one forward, one aft, and then secondary battery down the side of some kind of lighter armament. Both New York and Brooklyn actually have guns of the same caliber as their main battery as part of their side-mounted armament. New York has single 8-inch either side. Brooklyn actually has twin turrets either side. So it actually has 4 turrets, but they're arranged in a diamond pattern. And that in some ways does show a little bit of the way forward. You'll see much later down the line some armored cruisers taking up this idea of all or almost entirely guns, both fore, aft, and down the sides, of having roughly the same caliber, or a lot of the same caliber, and maybe a few smaller ones. And obviously that eventually comes up with things like the German Scharnhorst armored cruisers and the Blücher in World War One, which do have this kind of uniform main battery, both down the sides and fore and aft. So in some ways that is a little bit forward thinking. But it doesn't develop into a kind of Blücher style all 8-inch armed heavy cruiser that you could possibly see as the ancestor of a later heavy cruiser just yet, in part because there's a huge hiatus between Brooklyn being laid down, which is obviously just before the Spanish-American War, and then the next armored cruisers, which are the Pennsylvanias, which come out in the mid-1900s.
Right. Right, and so we're going into basically the Spanish-American War with entirely, I guess, somewhat inexperienced in terms of like actual use, and new technologies a lot for the U.S. Navy. But we did there was a lot of preparedness beforehand. A few years beforehand, there was already planning for such a conflict to arise. I don't think they expected it to be as quick as it came, but there were the Office of Naval Intelligence was established, as well as and they started planning for such a war.
Yeah. And the US Navy does have some advantages in this, in as much as it's going in with almost entirely new fleet. Now, fair enough, one or two reconditioned monitors do actually show up, believe it or not, because, why not? But for the most part, the US fleet that fights the Spanish-American War is, by the standards of the time, almost shiny and new.
Right.
Whereas the Spanish fleet, one, Spain's economy hasn't been doing particularly brilliantly anyway, but two, a lot of their ships are either considerably older in design and layout, and some of the newer ones they've got, a few of them are all right on paper, but they haven't had a lot of time to train. They haven't had a lot of time to sort of run their ships and test them out, which is similar to a problem the Spanish Navy had in the Napoleonic Wars. And some of them have some very questionable design decisions put into them as well.
I mean, one of their biggest and newest ships doesn't even have their main armament installed.
Yep.
By the time, or during the war, because essentially somebody said that they didn't meet their specifications and they didn't want the main armament from the exporter.
And their biggest class of armored cruiser. This is one of the things where it's always dangerous to look at just the paper statistics when you're trying to decide, what is going to be a good combat vessel, because the single largest class of armored cruiser that the Spanish have, on paper, is more heavily armed, more heavily armored, and about the same speed as anything that the Americans can bring to bear short of a full-on battleship. But one, crew quality is not particularly brilliant, which doesn't help, but two, they've got 10 inches of belt armor, but it's 10 inches of belt armor that's concentrated in a belt that is literally only about this high.
Yeah.
And
not all of it's above water.
Yeah, it's like if you happen to hit it, sure, it'll stop the shell, but to be perfectly honest, hitting that belt is probably a feat of gunnery in and of itself, because there's 98% of the rest of the ship to hit that isn't covered in this little square slab of belt armor.
And you're looking at accuracy ratings of horrendous amounts, because fire control is not a thing at this point in time.
No.
You're looking, so you have at the Battle of Manila Bay, which is at ranges of less than 5 kilometers and is even closer. You have an accuracy rate of just under 3%.
Yeah, I mean, the accuracy on both sides is absolutely awful. I mean, to be fair, even for the time, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
The Spanish, because as I say, they literally have had no budget or real time to prepare anything in the way of ship readiness. For the US Navy, they've had a little bit more money, but it's a new Navy, and they also fall prey to something that actually plagues the US Navy for a fairly long portion of the period we're looking at, even somewhat into the interwar period, of they keep doing their practice shoots on a lovely calm day in the Pacific or the Caribbean where everything is fine, and the minute you start moving at actual combat speeds instead of 12, 15 knots, and the sea is anything more than a mill pond, it suddenly turns out that all your wonderful gunnery shoot prizes and everything don't mean anything, because you have no idea how to handle gunnery from a moving ship. And you mentioned the Battle of Manila Bay. It's almost a Space Invaders style thing, where the US fleet comes sailing past the Spanish, basically hits nothing, turns around, comes in a bit closer, hits a few things, turns around, comes in a bit closer, and they're gradually just closing in and closing in and closing in. And the hit rate goes up as the fight goes on. It just so happens that, the US gunners are a bit better than the Spanish gunners, and as we said, had slightly better ships, and therefore they end up doing the majority of the damage.
Right. And well, and at Manila Bay, it's not just slightly better ships, it's almost completely outgunning because the
Yes.
Olympia basically outweighs the entire Spanish force there.
Yeah, yeah. I mean much as we say the peace cruisers are probably not worth the name, some of the Spanish quote unquote cruisers present at the Battle of Manila Bay are pretty much on the same par of, ambitiously armed gunboats, and so they suffer accordingly.
And but the U.S. Navy does learn that that essentially the larger guns are far more consistent, and I think this is a large part of why they go down the preferring the armored cruiser route, is because they learned that the 8-inch guns were the ones doing the damage and actually hitting things during both Battle of Manila Bay and Santiago. And this kind of spurs them on towards the Pennsylvania class as well as the later classes.
Yeah. With what they do find is a lot of these smaller guns, because obviously at this point ships have like a primary, secondary, tertiary, and so forth. They've got about 5 or 6 different calibers of guns, and what they notice is, you even for some of the smaller Spanish ships, you can hit them 5 or 6 times with, say, a 3-inch shell. Doesn't really do all that much. And the US ships get hit a few times, mostly by smaller caliber shells, and it really doesn't make much of a difference to their operational capabilities. So, so they realize, well, 5-inch for secondaries is probably about the smallest gun that's actually going to make a difference in a fight. And anything larger than that, obviously, they can look at the occasional times, because obviously the big guns are fairly slow firing, but when they do hit, it makes a proper mess of the enemy. And especially with the Battle of Santiago, some ships are Spanish ships are looking at almost escaping, and then they take 1 or 2 big caliber hits, and then that's it. It's game over.
Right, and they also have worrying about fire and a lot of these other issues. And whenever you hit a ship with a big shell, there's a degree of shock that has to be dealt with. And so I guess moving on from the Spanish-American War, we get the Pennsylvania class is the big first group of ships, and these are whenever I think the U.S. starts to find its stride in this era.
Yes, so it's definitely a case of post-Spanish-American War, and then pre World War One. It's kind of almost a tale of two cities. The armored cruisers are actually pretty solid. They can compete in a lot of ways with some of the best in the world. The armor layout on the Pennsylvanias can be called into question a bit, but in terms of, if you think of sort of a 0 to 10 scale, where 10 is the absolute best armored cruiser of the period and 0 is a bit of a joke, the Pennsylvanias are generally scoring in kind of the 7s to 8s. Right. Their armor, its thickness is okay. The layout maybe would push the armor specifically down to a 4 or a 5, but broadly speaking, they're in that kind of 7-8 out of 10 score, which is pretty good, because that's above average. And
they're surprisingly fast too, because they're capable of like 23 knots, and at this time that's blistering.
Yes. Yeah, I mean they're fast, they're well armed, definitely, and they resemble, like Olympia does, they resemble almost scaled down pre-dreadnought battleships, and they have a lot of firepower other than their 4 8-inch guns. So people kind of look at them and go, "Yep, they're pretty solid." Pretty much the only thing anyone can hold over them, apart from a few questions about armor layout, is the size that they need to attain that. They do displace about as much as a small pre-dreadnought battleship, but to be honest, they are mostly using that to pay for speed. So it's not a massive criticism, to be honest, because apart from anything else, a big ship can absorb a fair number of hits, and then they're obviously succeeded by the variants, the Tennessees, which address some of those issues. The Tennessees probably, I think, go a little bit of a step too far, because they replace the main battery of 8-inch guns with 10-inch guns, and the 10-inch has never been a happy caliber in warship terms.
it's too big to work with, and doesn't give you enough advantages for that trade-off.
Yeah.
Because essentially, if you're going from 8-inch to 10-inch, you're going a step beyond what humans can handle in a moving ship, even with machinery assistance, and then you're not getting the benefits of, saying, going to 11 or 12-inch.
Yeah. So you don't have the firepower of battleship caliber armament, but you have the rate of fire of battleship caliber armament.
Right.
So it's, yeah. I mean, outside of that, the armor wise, speed wise, size wise, the Tennessees otherwise are pretty solid. So, armored cruisers, everyone makes a few missteps with those, because people, apart from anything, people are trying to figure out what the heck you're actually supposed to be doing with them, especially in the mid 1900s. So,
They have a significant secondary armament too, because
yes,
they're upwards of 14 6-inch guns, if I remember right, which is like when you think 14 6-inch guns, you're starting to think of like dreadnought secondary armament, and it's a lot of firepower to have, even just in those guns.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at them compared to some of their contemporaries, what you could probably say with the Pennsylvanias and the Tennessees is that they are probably best suited for fighting more numerous, smaller opponents. So an enemy fleet screen, for example, that's made up of protected cruisers, they'd be pretty much perfect for dealing with those, because they've got the armor that can withstand 4-inch, 4.1-inch gunfire, which a lot of protected cruisers at this point have. It can deal with the occasional 6-inch hit as well, which some of the bigger ones have. So armor-wise, they're fine for that. The speed-wise, as you noted, they're a bit faster than the average. So, okay, maybe some of the faster protected cruisers can outrun them, but in a fleet battle engagement, they probably, if the enemy runs away from you, great. That's half the battle. And these extensive secondary batteries can definitely deal out the punishment to protected cruisers. And then you've got these big guns, whether they're 8-inch or 10-inch. It's like, okay, fair enough. They're not. The 10-inch isn't anything particularly to write home about generally, but if you do manage to score a 10-inch shell hit on a protected cruiser, it's going to feel it.
Yeah.
And the 8-inch is probably going to actually do slightly better in that respect because of the higher rate of fire. They're probably not quite as suited to taking on other enemy big armored cruisers of the period.
Yeah.
But then again, those big armored cruisers are probably less well suited in other navies to taking on the smaller protected cruisers, because they have less guns. So you look at something like the Minotaur or the Warrior class in the Royal Navy with a mix of 9.2 and 7.5-inch guns. It's like, okay, overall the broadside broadside of heavy guns is bigger, but there's much fewer guns. And
when you're looking at it, the Tennessees and the Pennsylvania is supposed to look like very long ships for the period. And for their class, whereas most other armored cruisers are fairly squat looking, so they just don't have the room for these casemates and for the extra guns.
Yeah, and when you look at the Scharnhorsts as well, the German Scharnhorst armored cruisers, yeah, they've got a fair number of the German 8.2, 8.3-inch guns, but the secondary battery is commensurately smaller. And even some of the Japanese armored cruisers, some of those also have 10-inch or in one or two cases even 12-inch weapons. But again, they'd hurt if they hit you with those big guns. But to be honest, in the early to mid 1900s, there's no real guarantee that they will any significant distance into the engagement. At which point the secondaries make more sense. And given that the other half of the US cruiser line at this point, the protected cruisers, really isn't going that well, the fact that the Pennsylvanias and the Tennessees can probably sit there as a skirmish line protecting the main US fleet and just chew through any protected cruisers that come at them is probably a fairly good thing.
Yeah, because like having these and having them as quick as they are, they can go and act as sort of the core of screening forces, because you're normally going to have screening spread around a little bit more, and so you can have your armored cruisers distributed with them.
Yeah, because when you look at the other side of things, the protected cruisers we've sort of alluded to, you've got the Denver class, which are kind of the epitome of the peace cruiser. They're not something you want anywhere near a battle fleet.
Yeah, and they're used frankly, their purpose is political. It's used to build up private infrastructure and private yards, and especially I believe down south, if I remember right. It's not. They're almost designed so that private industry can actually build them, which does not mean that it's necessarily good as a warship.
No. Yeah, and then you've got the St. Louis or St. Louis class, I suppose depending on where you're from. They're a little bit odd because having gone through this sort of period of having, for the protected cruisers, of having smaller ships, they revisit the Olympia, which is now looking maybe as a good idea to build more of. Now they're looking at more of a fleet-based system, so it's slightly different armament layout, etc. They try to improve on the Olympia's design. They end up messing it up quite badly. They end up with these huge ships that are displacement-wise, they're of the order of the first class protected cruisers that everybody else has at the time. But their armor is not particularly brilliant. They give it both belt and deck armor and end up not having particularly brilliant of either. And they don't have any heavy guns. They're covered in 6-inch guns, but they lack the sort of the finishing power of the big protected cruisers that other nations have. So that's all a little bit of a mess. And then you have the last pre-war US cruisers, which are the Chesters, which introduce a concept that we will see as we go further forward with this history, which is something the US especially likes for a while, which is the scout cruiser. Yeah. So you've got the Tennessees and the Pennsylvanias being kind of your fleet screen and anti-fleet screen backstop. You've got a few other ships. I mean, the St. Louis will probably do something. And then you've got these Chesters, which are basically designed to be, as the name suggests, the fleet scouts. They're supposed to run ahead, find the enemy, report on the enemy, and then hightail it back again, with an emphasis on speed over everything else.
Yeah, and even you can argue in that category, by that time, they're not particularly remarkable ships. They're 24.5 knots on a good day, and their armament exists. But you're looking at a 3-gun broadside. Yeah,
they are not heavily armed at all. I mean, in some ways, they almost resemble overgrown destroyers, which is something that you will eventually see cropping up in places like Italy as well later on. But yeah, this idea of what in theory should be a very fast scout cruiser, technically overblown destroyer, is something the US Navy does toy around with for quite a while thereafter. But at this point, kind of the pre-war US cruiser, pre-World War I and World War I US cruiser building program basically comes to a screaming halt, because they've got all these ships that are laid down in the mid-1900s, and then Dreadnought comes along. And when Dreadnought comes along, that means, the battleship equation is thrown completely out of balance, and the US Navy is left now obviously having to switch over and adapt. Rather than building half a dozen Connecticut class pre-dreadnoughts or whatever, they've now got to focus on building these much bigger, much more expensive dreadnoughts. Simultaneously, kind of the high that the US Navy's funding was on in the immediate aftermath of the Spanish-American War is being cut down. And the US Navy faces a rather difficult choice of, they physically do not have the money to build all the ships that they need to remain as a credible force, in terms of being one of the great powers, which obviously is something they've only just about managed to establish with the Voyager of the Great White Fleet, which is kicking off around about this time. So they have to make a fairly hard decision, and eventually this turns out to basically be, we're going to build almost exclusively battleships and a few other vessels, and that's purely because that's all they can afford. And it's much better in the US Navy's view to build capital ships, which take 4 or 5 years to get into service from keel laying to commission, in some cases, and maybe 3 years in others. It's better to build them now in peacetime, build up your battle line force, which will then at least make you look impressive, and then hopefully, sort of fingers crossed, you'll see the next war coming far enough away, or because the US has 2 oceans protecting it, you'll have enough time once the war is declared to build up smaller forces, destroyers and cruisers, which are quicker to construct.
Yeah, and you see that with the Clemson and Wicks class in World War One, basically, because but you don't see it happen to any of the cruisers really. 'Cause
Yeah.
In World War One, the U.S. Navy goes in with the Chesters and a bunch of, by that point, kind of old armored cruisers, and that's about it.
Yeah, and they end up losing one of them to a mine, which doesn't help.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, generally the U.S. cruiser force, obviously the U.S. isn't involved directly in World War One for a fairly extensive period of the war, but they're doing things like convoy escort, neutrality patrols, that kind of thing. But sort of going as they enter the war itself, as you say, they've got the Chesters, which no one wants on the front line. They've got the armoured cruisers, which, as I said, pretty decent, but due to the battle cruiser, the day of the armoured cruiser by 1917 has well and truly passed, so they end up being on second line duties as well. And then this kind of prompts the US to, because you've got in 1916 the 1916 Naval Act, which is trying to catapult the US from the rank of great power to the power, what we might today call a superpower. This finally grants the US enough money, the US Navy enough money to actually think about building cruisers again, and they haven't been idle. I mean, there are plenty of sketch designs that they've drawn up for protected cruisers, even battle cruisers.
They basically go from the entire period designing ships, hoping that they will ever sometime get money for it, and then whenever they do have money, they can just kind of start. Is the idea. Although even that doesn't turn out to be the case. But
no, I mean they have this kind of. It in a lot of ways similar to what they ended up with when they were building the first few cruisers in the 1880s and 1890s. Of by the time somebody actually gives them some money to build stuff, it's at another technological junction. If they'd been building cruisers throughout the late 1900s and the 1910s, there's a fairly steady, clear progression of how protected cruisers are developing into what first light armored cruisers, and they were called light cruisers. And the armoured cruiser is obviously going into the battle cruiser, but there is a fairly steady progression of how that could be done, and they draw up designs that follow that. But when they come round to, with the 1916 Naval Act, eventually building what will become the Omaha class cruisers, they've got this slightly odd set of requirements in that they want it to be fast because they're still wedded to the scout cruiser concept of being very, very, very fast, capable of keeping up with the destroyers. But to do that, they've got to sacrifice some protection. Okay, they understand that they're scout cruisers; they're not meant to stand in the battle line, but they also want them to carry a fair degree of sort of a fairly heavy degree of armament. But in so doing, they've come into era just when people are beginning to look at turreted ships for cruisers, for light cruisers at this point. As opposed to lots of single guns, one or two forward and aft, and lots down the sides. So people are beginning to think about maybe putting twin turrets on instead.
It's definitely a kit bash almost.
Yeah.
We want to have excessive speed. We want to have a little bit of armor. We want to have turrets. We also want to have a large armament. We can't fit turrets everywhere. It's like you look at an Omaha class cruiser and it looks like somebody almost put it together in a Lego factory. And
that's mostly down to the speed requirement, because if they didn't insist on 35 knots, if they maybe said 32, 33 knots, you could afford a much less amount of machinery, and with less machinery taking up space on the centerline, you could perhaps double stack twin turrets fore and aft, so you'd basically get an 8-gun 4 twin turret light cruiser, which would be pretty advanced for its time, but because as you say, they don't have this space on the center line, they have to go with these partly turreted, partly casement mounted torpedoes, launchers on 2 separate levels, which is something no one had done before and no one repeated afterwards either.
It's like because like if anything positive can be said about the Omahas is that they're excessively fast, because they outrun any cruiser on the planet at that time, and even most destroyers.
Yeah, and I mean for what they are, they're fairly powerful ships, albeit that they have this weird mixed way of mounting the armament. But again, it's in somewhat similar to the Tennessees and the Pennsylvanias on the other side of the war, they gain that partly because of their sheer size. So, I mean, we're used to thinking in World War II terms where everything is 10,000 tons or more, and you look at the Omahas and think, oh, 7,000 tons, that's not great. But in the late 1910s and early 1920s, actually, for a light cruiser, that's pretty large. The Royal Navy, for example, has been running with the Towns and then the Seas, and then obviously followed by the D&E, and they're
like 5.5.
Yeah, they're hovering at between 5,000 and 6,000 tons, depending on the subclass. So the Omahas are pretty big. On paper, they've got a pretty hefty armament, and as we said, they're insanely quick. The only two downsides of them is, one, they've basically got nothing for armor, and two, they are somewhat expensive due to that speed requirement.
Yeah, and and even nothing for armor, at least on paper, they have 3 inches of armor on paper, although the placement of it is highly questionable and there's not nearly enough of it. But it's they're just the only thing I can use to describe them is a kit bash. But another thing is that they're so thin, and they're so they're such a speed focused design that they have horrendous stability problems through their whole career. Because essentially they roll too much. They have a lot of top weight, and it's too much and too little. In an almost Megami fashion.
Yeah, it's I mean, and again, in a lot of ways, you can, to a certain extent, forgive the U.S. Navy for the problems that they're having, because much as they had to start out almost from scratch with the A, B, C, D ships, although they've been designing ships in sort of the intervening period from the late 1900s to this point, in a lot of ways, they are almost starting over again, because the technology level has changed so much, and because they don't have the actual build experience. It's all very well designing ships on paper, but any ship that you design on paper, you almost inevitably will find compromises and things that don't work better and things that don't work as well as you thought they would once you actually build a ship.
Right. And it's been 10 years. Because you have the Chesters basically coming out in like 1908-ish, and then it's 10 years later. It's over 10 years later before Omaha comes out in 23.
Yeah, and so there's a lot learned from the Omaha class, and obviously its contemporaries ain't technically the Lexingtons initially count as very large cruisers, because the US is loath to actually call them battle cruisers, even though they really are. But there's a lot of lessons that are taken from the Omaha class when it comes to cruiser design, and this is kind of now the period where the US Navy really starts to hit its stride when it comes to designing warships of the cruiser type, because you've got
this is the start of the spring styles.
Yes.
So and spring styles is a term that comes from the clothing industry, which is the styles that come in spring, but it's a word that's used in the U.S. Navy circles, or U.S. Navy history more or less, because they would come up with a set of designs that are just single sheet designs for ships at the beginning of the year, and then modify them throughout the year. And this is sort of the style that they keep for a very long time in designing warships.
Yeah, and they managed to dodge some fairly major bullets, because they have, if you look at the Spring Styles Book 1, which is available online, they have some very interesting, if somewhat questionable, ideas going on paper. Like there's cruisers with sort of a twin 14-inch turret stuck on there for reasons.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, they don't actually end up building any of those, because that would have been horrifically embarrassing.
I mean, one of the preeminent Lexington class battlecruiser designs has 7 funnels on it.
Yeah, and again, this is another part of this technological changeover, because you have in propulsion terms, you have this switch over from large tube to small tube boilers, which are much more efficient, much more power dense. And yeah, when they're initially looking at the Lexingtons, before they've got fully on board with the newest advances in boiler technology, what they're looking at going, well, we've got this massive ship that displaces more than anything we've ever built, and we've got to get up to 35 knots. They fill all possible available space in the hull with machinery running right up to the barbettes of the fore and aft of the super firing turrets, and they realize they're not going to get quick enough, so they basically put another deck of boilers. Again, something that no one before or since had ever thought was a good idea, which actually brings the machinery spaces above the waterline, which makes them hilariously vulnerable and results in this multiplicity of funnels because you've got so many boilers to exhaust. And then somebody sits everyone down and goes, right, calm down, lads, there's these new boilers out, let's try see what we can do with those. And then it turns out, actually, yeah, you can get now with these newer, much more power dense boilers, you can get a similar kind of performance out of fewer boilers, and thus, unfortunately, the multi-funnel design disappears in favor of one with significantly fewer funnels.
Right, because they eventually come down to 3 funnels and a turbo-electric drive propulsion, which allows them to have a huge amount of compartmentalization, but at the cost of a lot more weight.
Yes.
Which doesn't work in the treaty era.
No. I mean, when it comes down to converting them from battle cruisers to aircraft carriers, it's almost this multi-stage effort that still fails, because they have the original displacement, which is well north of 40,000 tons, and then the treaty limits to carrier displacement are in the low to mid 20,000s of tons, so there's no way. I think the whole weight of a Lexington is more than that. So they realize there's no way that can happen, so they effectively write in a special clause into the Washington Treaty that technically allows everybody to build 2 carriers of up to 33,000 tons. But no one really exercises that except for the Americans.
I think the clause also stipulates that it has to be a conversion.
Yes.
So that's where you get basically the Akagi and Amagi as well.
Yeah.
But they're the only really. You have the Lexington and Saratoga, and then Akagi. And they're the only ones that really use that full displacement up.
Yeah, and then for the US, for the Lexingtons, they sit down and they go, right, we've negotiated this exemption, great, and then the designers come back to them and say, well, actually, unless you want these things completely unarmored and completely unarmed, except for aircraft, there's no way we can humanly downsize them even into 33,000 tons.
Yeah.
And at this point, for various reasons, they've equipped the Lexingtons with a full 8-inch gun battery, which is quite funny. But they decide, okay, well, we're now going to be very creative in our interpretation of the treaty, because the treaty does allow for capital ships. There's a 3,000 ton additional displacement limit, which is supposed to be allowing for much older vessels like the US, let's say Texas or Arkansas or something like that, which have been designed well before the modern era of submarines and aircraft and everything. So you're supposed to allow them to be taken in hand and given another 3,000 tons worth of anti-torpedo bulges, anti-aircraft armament, this kind of thing, to keep them competitive. And what the US ends up doing is they go, right, okay, we're just going to lump everything that you could possibly classify as torpedo defense or anti-aircraft protection on these ships under this 3,000 ton category, even though as relatively speaking new build ships, they're not supposed to actually be able to take advantage of it. But they kind of just, there's a little bit of a grey area, so they kind of say, well, we're using this extra displacement we're supposed to have for refits, but in our original construction, which then technically gives them up to 36,000 tons, and then they still complete overweight anyway. But it gives them a pretty solid pair of carriers. I think I've said in one of the videos I did on aircraft carrier design, for all the fact they are hilariously non-compliant even with the special exemption clause carved out for them in the treaty, they are still and partly for that reason, pretty much the best carriers that exist in the interwar period before the purpose-built stuff starts to roll off the production line in the late 30s.
Right. You don't start really comparing them with other carriers until you get to Ark Royal or even the Shokaku class.
Yeah. Yeah, but then, so that's the kind of the Lexingtons, technically cruisers, and then they roll off into being carriers. But then you have this slightly odd period at the beginning of the beginning of the interwar period, where you have the Pensacola's and the Northamptons being constructed.
For context, at the end of the World War One, you have the end of World War One. You have Britain builds the Hawkins class or the Raleigh class, which are essentially they're 6.5-inch gun heavy cruisers.
7.5.
Yeah, 7.5. Yeah, sorry, 1/2-inch guns, and they're essentially the Royal Navy doesn't like them too much, but the U.S. Navy is afraid of them. They think that they're going to be the direction that things are going to go in, and so they start preparing designs to counteract them.
Yeah, and the Japanese are doing a similar thing. They're building some ships with a similar level of armament as well. Yeah, as you say, the Royal Navy is not particularly fond of the Hawkins class. The reason they built them was because they thought the Germans were building some particularly heavy, not in the sense of being treaty era heavy cruisers, but heavy as in large displacement cruisers for commerce raiding.
Right.
And the Hawkins were designed to counter them. But generally speaking, as far as the Royal Navy is concerned, they much prefer the kind of 5,000 to 7,000 ton, 6-inch armed light cruiser for fleet support and scouting duties. But with the existence of the Hawkins and the existence of, I think it's the Tenryu class. No, I think they're light cruisers.
So the Japanese don't get into heavy cruisers until the Furutaka.
That's it, Furutakas. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, but the Japanese are thinking about building Furutakas, which obviously are, and this, as you say, the US is a bit worried about this, and so the Pensacola's are kind of the result. And in a lot of ways, to be honest, the Pensacola's show significant advancement because the Furutakas initially are armed with single turrets.
Right.
The Hawkins are armed with a mixture of fore and aft and wing-mounted guns, very much in the old school style. Whereas the Pensacola's are all turrets, all on the center line. They are pretty much the first heavy cruiser, albeit at the time no one calls them the heavy cruiser because the Washington Treaty just says cruisers are limited to 8-inch guns and 10,000 tons.
Right. These are like they're almost like the Hawkins class kind of sets the upper limit for what becomes the Washington Naval Treaty cruisers.
Yeah.
Because basically Britain doesn't want to have to get rid of brand new cruisers, so they set the limit at 10,000 tons, an 8-inch armament, and the expectation is that only a few cruisers are going to be built to that standard, but it ends up becoming to where all cruisers basically have to be built to that standard to be competitive.
Yeah, because as soon as one person builds a cruiser to that standard, well, now everyone else has to. And then once everyone's done it, well, now it is, as you say, it is the standard, unless you can come up with a convincing reason otherwise. So you've got the Pensacola's. I mean, again, they do have some issues because they're in some ways the last gasp of this scout cruiser concept. Not quite as much as the Omahas, but they are looking at speed more than anything else in a lot of ways. Because
the initial requirements is 35 knots.
Yeah.
Which they do not reach, but
no.
Thankfully.
And that's why some people ask when you look at them, they're like, well, why have they got twin turrets and then triple turrets above? And it's part of this attempt to reach very high speed because they have such long, thin hulls. The fore and aftermost parts of the hulls where they're mounting the main armament, there physically isn't the width to safely install the barbettes for a triple turret. So they have to put in a twin and then a triple further back.
There was also another argument at the time that they wanted to have the majority of guns above basically where it would be put wet. And so then that was another design consideration that they had. but of course, because you can in theory put the triple there, but the width required will take up space for your oil reserves, and also just be very close to the outer hull,
Yeah,
which is
which
not
is the
good for
safety issue.
flexing. Yeah.
No, and it's also a safety issue because if they're not the world's most heavily protected cruisers, so,
The nickname was eggshells armed with hammers.
yeah,
It's-
yeah, and so part of the reasoning there is that if you've got this twin barbette, if a shell hits the outer hull, possibly hitting some form of protection, basically enough to initiate the fuse of the shell, then if there's enough space between that outer hull and the barbette, then the shell will either detonate at some point between the two, or even if it hits the barbette, the fuse is already going, and so even if it's got theoretically enough penetration to get through that barbette, it will probably still explode before it gets through, just because the fuse is already ticking over. Which, of course, considering the barbette on the other side is the ammunition hoist and the main magazine, this is probably a good thing. Whereas with the triple, as well as you said, like fuel concerns and such, because it's going to be that bit wider, it means that if a shell comes in, it's probably still going to have a certain amount of burn time on its fuse left, which means that if it does hit the barbette and it is powerful, like a 7.5 inch or a 9.2 inch or heaven forbid a 12 or 13.5 inch battleship round, it will most likely then go mostly or completely through the barbette before it detonates, which is obviously going to have bad consequences for the ship. So it's a wide variety of reasons, but safety is one of the biggest of them for the way the Pensacola's are laid out.
Yeah, and another concern for the U.S. at the time is extensive long range, because essentially they're designing against the British standard for a war against Japan. And because at the time there was still pretty good relations between the UK and the US, thanks to a lot of the cooperation in World War I, and even shared designers from both sides from World War I. But they knew that they had to build up to the best standard, but also needed the range to deal with Japan, and so you need extensive fuel reserves throughout the ship. And they have to make a lot of compromises to get that.
Yeah, this is one of the things that dominates US cruiser design, and to be honest, dominates US design generally for destroyers, battleships, carriers, everything, is the fact that their primary operational theater is the Pacific. And with that need for A lot of range to get across the Pacific, and B, the fact that the US, unlike the British, don't have refueling ports or every other country, they've got to be able to go pretty much anywhere on a single tank of fuel, relying on potentially irregular fleet oilers or the occasional friendly port. And of course, yes, they have the Philippines. Yes, in theory they could refuel there, but no one in the US Navy is insane enough to think that in a war with Japan that fleet base will be completely open and able to be accessed at any time.
Right, it's like 2,000 miles to Hawaii from San Francisco, basically, and then it's another 6,000 miles from there to Guam, and I think it's 15,000 total to the Philippines. It's not convenient.
No, and whereas comparatively for Japan, it's almost right off their doorstep. So the Japanese can get there a lot quicker, and in part this is why Pearl Harbor starts to get built up as a base in the interwar period. Basically, if there's the good fortune the Philippines hasn't fallen yet, then it's a good relay point, rather than sailing directly from the US West Coast. And if it does fall, well, it's better to be operating from Pearl Harbor on therefore a much shorter operational radius than it is to be operating out of San Diego. Albeit obviously that didn't quite work out for Battleship Row in 1941, but that's getting a bit ahead of ourselves. So once you've got the Pensacola's kind of the transition between this scout cruiser concept and what will eventually become the heavy cruiser, but for the moment is the treaty cruiser.
Right.
You now have the Northampton. Well, the Northamptons and the Portlands are very similar.
Because essentially they're all ordered at the same time, and they modify the design as they go. And so you have the Pensacola's come out, kind of the prototypes, and then they fix whatever they can as quickly as they can in the Northamptons. And then with the Northamptons, they find, and in both of these classes, they find that they're hilariously underweight in terms of what they expected them to be. So they have an extra 1,000 or even 2,000 tons of weight to go into armament and new modern systems and this sort of thing.
Yeah. And this is where you see the debut of what will be the standard armament layout for all subsequent US heavy cruisers, which is 9 8-inch guns in 3 triple turrets, a pair of them super firing forward and a single turret aft. And that is literally the pattern for every US heavy cruiser that will now be built from the Northamptons through to the Des Moines.
Yep. I think and it can't be overestimated, or rather, how important it is for the Northamptons to come out at this time, with that 3x3 armament, because that teaches the U.S. Navy how to use 3x3 armament. Because you come up into a bunch of firing problems where normally you want a 4-gun salvo, but there's no way to divide 9x4. And the problem with the Northamptons is that all those guns are in a single cradle together, so they can't reload very easily in terms of single guns at a time. And so they're learning a lot of these issues in the Northamptons and how to handle them in a modern combat scenario.
Yeah, and the one thing that the Northamptons and Portlands have that's kind of a carryover from the Pensacola's is they have these big turrets.
Yeah.
Makes them fairly easy to identify. Now, as far as loaders are concerned, this is great. You're basically in a sort of big metal barn. You've got all the room in the world to play with. But because of that, they have a very large surface area, and because of that, it's not possible to armor them particularly heavily. They've basically got armor that can withstand a 6-inch shell, maybe, if it's a medium-ish to long range.
Yeah.
And this rapidly develops to be one of the major concerns. And so the Portland class, which is supposed to be a fairly extensive production run, gets curtailed. You just have Portland and Indianapolis, and a bunch of them are reordered to the, at the time, Astoria, later New Orleans class, which is kind of the next iteration on from the Northamptons. So they've still got the same armament. They're retaining a roughly similar speed. They're, because, as you said, of the somewhat underweight nature of the previous cruisers, they're able to up the protection a bit more.
Up to 5 inches, if I remember right. In
Yeah.
belt armor.
Yeah, maximum. And now the other big change is that they go over to what we would probably recognize more conventionally as a turret, as opposed to a big barn-style gun house.
Yeah, and I think there's an interesting note in Friedman's about the barn-style turret house. And I don't know if it actually made it into the final design version of it, but apparently a large part of the reason why it has so much overhang, which is the area behind the turret, behind the barbette, to counterbalance the guns, was that they could fill it with potable water and not have it count towards the weight of the ship.
Yes.
And have basically a free counterweight for the guns. I don't know if that made it into the final versions of them, but that was definitely one of the design considerations.
Yeah. A lot of people were experimenting after the British with the Nelson class. A lot of people were experimenting in the interwar period with how can we do things with water, because water doesn't count towards our standard displacement. After the Nelsons decided to basically have an entire torpedo defense system that relied on water as a significant part of that they then specifically wrote out of the treaty as counting towards weight.
Yeah.
But with these much smaller turrets on the New Orleans, or Astoria as they are at this point, they'll only be renamed in the middle of the World War II, it allows them to go for another design feature which will become common in all US cruisers going forwards, which is that their turrets are actually very well armored. You've got this whole range of everything from the Japanese, who are sort of 1-inch, effectively splinter-only protection on most of their interwar cruiser turrets, via things like the Italians, the French, the Germans, the British, who have armor to withstand on their turrets, to probably withstand 6-inch and maybe a long range 8-inch hit. And then the Americans, who just put absolutely silly amounts of armor, which
their standard is to protect against an 8-inch shell.
yeah,
Essentially,
at a fairly close range as well. They're although this is again one of these weird dichotomies. They're anticipating long-range gunfights, but they're armoring their turrets against the possibility of effectively almost a melee range gunfight with 8-inch guns.
Right, and that goes for the turret as well as the barbette. It's the whole structure, because they deem it important that, like, if you protect only the turret, your barbette's a larger surface area anyway, so it has to be protected just as well. And like it's very, like, it becomes a very core feature that you don't see very much, and because most other turrets you're going to see 3 inches of armor. And these are upwards of 5 to 6 inches, if I remember right, on the turret faces.
Yeah, the New Orleans gets even higher than that. They're kind of the biggest example, but yeah, effectively it's designed around the idea that if you are fighting an enemy especially a cruiser, you've got a fairly large ship by volume, so you can't protect all of it. Certainly not on the kind of displacement limits you've got. So what is the thing that's going to A, keep you in the fight, and B, potentially kill the enemy? Well, it's your guns. So you can lose propulsion. Okay, you don't want to, but you could. You could be set on fire. Again, you don't want to, but you could. But, you know, if you've lost propulsion and part of your ship is on fire, if your guns are still working, you can potentially finish off the enemy or counter-strike and kill the enemy before something horrible happens to you, or possibly, you know, you stop them dead in their tracks and then, okay, you're badly damaged, but someone can haul you home. Whereas if your weaponry is out, it doesn't really matter what happens to the rest of your ship, because there's... Sorry, Ice Cream Man's just showed up.
Oh, no worries.
If you lose your armament, that's it, you've had it.
Yeah, and I think it goes to show, you see, essentially in World War II, especially during the Guadalcanal campaign, a lot of these design decisions turn out to be proven. Essentially, you see a lot of the American cruisers take significant damage from shells that they shouldn't have been, because essentially these cruisers, these new treaty cruisers, take the role of battleships because they're more plentiful. And they're faster. They can be anywhere, and they have a lot of room, which is a noted feature of at least the Pensacola's and Northamptons. Is that a lot of British crews thought that the Americans were working with a 30% crew, or a 70, or missing a large portion of their crew, either missing 30% or missing 70%, because they felt that there was so much room in these ships as compared to British warships.
Yeah, and part of that also is, believe it or not, with the aircraft facilities, the American cruisers are designed to carry a lot of scouting aircraft, again reflecting the fact that they're designed for the Pacific, where, you know, as many cruisers as you've got the Pacific will quite happily swallow them whole. So if you're going to be scouting, you're going to need extra eyes and ears, and that means aircraft.
Yeah, that later bites them in the butt. And at Savo Island, whenever several cruisers get caught on fire in their aircraft facilities, essentially.
Yes, yeah, and this is one of the things. I mean, it's a recognized weakness by the mid 1930s, and that, along with a number of other factors, is what drives later American cruisers and battleships as well to adopt the stern-mounted aircraft instead of the amidships aircraft, hangars and cranes, which obviously, as you say, don't do the Astorias any favors at first Savo Island, and then obviously that causes the class to be renamed to the New Orleans class.
Yeah, because if it catches fire in the middle of the ship, you've divided the ship in half. So if you're lucky, you still have communication lines. If you're not lucky, you don't have communication, and you're fighting with basically half your crew.
Yeah. And one of the other big problems of a big fire amidships is that amidships is usually where most of your air intakes are, and it's also where your machinery spaces are. So your engine spaces will very rapidly fill with smoke. And if you've taken hits bad enough to set the ship on fire like that, there's probably also lots of cracks and started bulkheads and hatches and stuff, which means things like burning petrol will obviously go straight down into your engine spaces, which again is not good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not good to have burning petrol anywhere on your ship, but if you're going to have it anywhere, you might as well be at the stern.
Yep. And so these, like, yeah, it's kind of insane. Some of these decisions that you think don't really add up to much, or just kind of put there by convenience, can be a major problem later.
Yeah.
Later
Yeah,
on.
and I mean the logic, the initial logic of we need a lot of aircraft to do a lot of scouting in the Pacific is sound. They don't know in the late 20s and early 30s when they're putting together the Northamptons and the New Orleans. They don't know that radar is going to be a thing a decade down the line. At which point, you know, having the best intel on your enemy is probably for the best. It's just overtaken by events, and obviously the fact they didn't anticipate the Japanese would turn up to be quite as good at night fighting as they actually were. But then that brings us to the London Naval Treaty. And the London Naval Treaty then creates this further divide. So up until now, everything has just been cruiser. And now you have this split between the heavy cruiser and the light cruiser. So the same displacement limit, 10,000 tons, except heavy cruisers now have 8-inch guns. Light cruisers can only have up to 6 or 6.1-inch guns. And also the number of heavy cruisers is limited.
Yeah, and so you have to transition from your heavy cruiser building program into building light cruisers, especially for the larger navies like Britain and the United States, who have, which the United States at this point, they have, let me do the math real quick, they have, what, 10 treaty cruisers through the 1920s. You have through the Northamptons, Pensacola's, and the Indianapolis-Portland duo. And then you have some of the New Orleans coming online. And so they have plenty of heavy cruisers, and they haven't built any light cruisers since the Omahas. Yeah.
Yeah. And one of the other things that's now beginning to show for everyone, really, I mean, the US, one of the other things that's happening in the interwar period after the Omahas is the US ditches torpedoes as cruiser armament, which everyone else keeps to varying degrees. But that's because the US is looking at the role of the cruiser being to fight and kill other cruisers and to scout the battle line.
The Pensacola's and the New Orleans or Northamptons keep theirs for some time, but as early as 1933, it's already come down to where, like, executive order, the next major refit that these ships have, we're removing the torpedoes because they're afraid that they're a hazard and they don't get any use at all in the war games. So why have them?
Yeah, because they're not anticipating using their cruisers to go after capital ships in the way that the Japanese are, and because they have this more specific role than British cruisers, which are designed to basically do almost anything. Again, it's not felt that these torpedoes are needed. But when you now get to the Brooklyns, the other thing that's coming about is because this treaty limit of 10,000 tons, as you said, was set by effectively what was a slight upper maximum based on 1910s era ships. You know, you've got now issues with torpedo protection, issues with the fact that you need an anti-aircraft armament of a fairly significant size and weight. Speed is well, it's not going up that much, but it is still creeping up slightly in terms of some ships that other people are designing. And so there's all these pressures on the displacement of a ship, and with this cap at 10,000 tons, more and more of these new things are eating into that. And one of the things we've mentioned with what are now the heavy cruisers is the armor in this case has suffered somewhat, at least on the belt armor and generally everywhere on the Pensacola's. And combined with that, that's the upper end pressures. The lower end pressure coming up the other way is that 6-inch guns have actually developed from being what they term quick firing guns, i.e. using cased charges instead of bag charges, into what you might define as true quick firing guns, i.e. they have a significant rate of fire advantage over the 8-inch.
Yeah,
and so
because this is one of the things that they found with the Omaha's twin turrets was that crew-manned 6-inch guns in a turret does not have the rate of fire advantages over an 8-inch gun. but they're finding now, when you're getting into the 30s, that you can, with power assisted loading, you can really ramp up the 6-inch rate of fire.
Yeah, and given that the heavy cruisers are not particularly well protected generally against 6-inch fire, then there develops this idea that perhaps, you know, if you've got a ship that's armed with numerous 6-inch guns with this rate of fire advantage, you could obliterate a heavy cruiser, at least make it combat ineffective before it can range in on you, just by pouring that mass number of 6-inch shells down range. And so you get the Brooklyns, which really epitomize that thought. They've got 15 guns. They got 3 triples up front, 2 triples at the back, and they are basically gunships in every possible sense of the word. And they've still got the same kind of displacement. They've, in some way, compared to some of the heavy cruisers, actually got better protection, and similar protection to others. The gun turret is still fairly heavily protected, as is the barbettes, not quite as much as the heavy cruisers, because obviously they're now looking at 6-inch shells, but still amongst the best protected gun turrets of any cruiser of the interwar period. And the Brooklyns really, they really do actually prove their worth when push comes to shove in wartime.
Because they see very heavy use throughout a lot of the quote unquote smaller battles around Guadalcanal, like Tasafaranga, basically they're able to delete destroyers, and can stand their own against any cruiser.
Yeah, and to be honest, in some circumstances they even prove a deterrent against heavy cruisers and capital ships, just because of the sheer weight of fire they can put out. I mean, Helena is there for a lot of that conflict, and one of the things that's noted in all the engagements that Brooklyn class fight in, especially Helena, is the fact that when the 8-inch cruisers are firing, there'll be a big flash of guns going off, and then you'll see the shells go, and you wait 15, 20, 30 seconds, and off goes another lot. Whereas for the Brooklyns, and you can even see this in some of the nighttime photography that's taken, is almost a continuous, almost machine gun-like stream of 6-inch shells just going down range, which means, once you've got the range, it's completely overwhelming for an enemy target, especially a destroyer that just gets smashed to pieces. And because they've got this rate of fire advantage, it also means that they can throw shells down range before the first ones have landed, which, it might be seen as a waste of shells in some quarters, but it means that if the shells are even anywhere close to the target, there's a lot of spray, there's a lot of splinters going up. It's going to be putting a lot of stress on the enemy crew, who are being surrounded by explosions, even if they've not been hit yet. And then, you with a good gunnery crew, you're probably close in on the target anyway. You just dial it slightly, and within moments, you've now got shells arriving on target, which is somewhat dispiriting if you're at the other end of it.
Yeah, and it's also that they also prove their worth in shore bombardment roles, which becomes more and more of a actual thing that you need ships for throughout the war. And because by the time the U.S. gets to that point in World War II, they have chrome line bores, and they have very, very good machining for these guns, and they can just keep shooting. And I would wager that there are many Marines and Army detachments that are very thankful for Brooklyns to show up every now and then.
Yeah, they're definitely one of the excellent classes of the period. You do have a slight diversion back to the heavy cruiser with Wichita, or Wichita. I keep getting told it's different things by people from different states.
So at least in Missouri, where I'm from, it's Wichita.
Fair enough. Well, I was there, I was right the first time.
Yep. Of course, you ask somebody in Colorado or something, and there'll be some different answer. So
yeah, but so you've got the Wichita, which is a one-off. So it's effectively, well, we've got the Brooklyn hull. We're going to try and make a heavy cruiser out of it with some adaptations. In some ways, again, it's kind of on paper, it looks very menacing. It's on paper, it's got a lot of armor, because they're scaling the armor up to deal with 8-inch gunfire. It's got the same standard 8-inch gun layout and number of guns, so that's that's fairly decent. And it's still got a relatively decent turn of speed, so it all looks brilliant. It just turns out it'd also be hilariously overweight, not just in terms of, oh, we've broken the treaty limit, but also in terms of, you know, we can't physically install parts of the anti-aircraft armament because it'll make it hilariously unstable. Also, we need to put a bunch of extra ballast in. And I mean, it's not really the fault of Wichita's designers, to be perfectly honest. It basically is, it epitomizes the fact that you cannot build a modern heavy cruiser that has the speed, the protection, and the firepower, both in anti-surface and anti-air, that is necessary in the mid to late 1930s on the 10,000 ton displacement limit. It's just not possible. There's too many new things.
Yeah, like the only really successful example you see from that period is the Zara class, and they're hilariously overweight. Well, not hilariously, they're 13,500 tons.
No, I mean, that's 30. That's a third again more than they're supposed to be.
Right. And
so,
they're slower.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, it's like if you had another couple of thousand tons on Wichita, it would have been an absolutely excellent ship. And it's still a pretty good ship, just with a few issues around stability. But it does kind of go to prove a point, and the US kind of looks at it and goes, okay, right, well, let's go back to building more Brooklyns and the St. Louis class, which is kind of a sub-version of the Brooklyns. You also have they're designing the follow-ons to the Brooklyns, which are the Clevelands. But before you get to that, you have the Atlantas, which they have numerous roles. No one can quite agree on what they actually are supposed to be doing.
Yeah, because like originally they're supposed to be designed to be like destroyer flotilla leaders.
Yeah,
so they're like 6,000 tons or something like that. But that quickly grows into sort of a picket cruiser, kind of, in terms of idea. It's very odd, and then finally they just say it's an incident anti-aircraft cruiser because that's what it's good at.
It's it's in some ways it's almost also a return to the idea of, can we do a scout cruiser as well? And as you say, it's basically almost all the roles they actually design it for, or that somebody says they've designed it for, actually turn out to be complete and utter failures. But they actually turn out to be very, very good at one thing that nobody at the time of their design actually said they would design for, which, as you mentioned, was the anti-air role, to the extent that, these days people look at them and go, oh, yeah, they are the anti-aircraft cruisers.
I mean, later on, I think this might have been even after the war, they get redesignated as CLAA.
The surviving ships.
Yeah, and it's basically like that they recognize that is the niche that they're designed for after losing two of them back to back, pretty much at Guadalcanal. They weren't very useful in a surface engagement.
No, I mean they'd probably do all right against fighting destroyers.
Oh yeah.
But the problem they have is, they are, for better or worse, cruisers. If you take cruisers into a fight with enemy destroyers, you're committing forces to the size and scale that the enemy's probably also going to commit cruisers to that fight as well.
Right.
Which doesn't end well for Atlanta or Juneau.
And it probably should be noted that the U.S. only loses 3 light cruisers during the whole World War II in combat, and you lose 1 Brooklyn, which is Helena, and you lose Juneau and Atlanta.
Although the USS San Francisco doesn't really help for Atlanta. So a bit annoying when you get backstabbed by your own side.
Because speaking of San Francisco, that's a pretty interesting story of her. Have you read her damage record from the Guadalcanal battle?
Yes.
It's very, I guess, shocking, some of the descriptions they have, because it's essentially Swiss cheese by the time it comes out of it. But there are, I have the picture, I believe, here, of all the different hits that she takes. And San Francisco is one of the Northamptons, and isn't exactly designed with a great deal of protection, but it manages to bounce the 14-inch shells the Sanshiki Type 3 shells from was it? It was either Hiei or Kiyoshima, but the story of the story of the damage and the damage control parties of a lot of these American cruisers, including San Francisco, are truly Herculean.
Yeah, and it's one of these things of, to put a US cruiser down, you either have to inflict such catastrophic damage as to have the ship physically fall apart around you, and even then, you can blow the bow off a ship, and that doesn't necessarily spell the end for a US cruiser.
I mean, Boise even has a magazine or a double magazine detonation go off, and it survives.
Yeah,
into the Falklands War.
Yeah, I mean they're lucky enough. They're lucky enough with Boise's case that although the magazine starts to cook off, the shell that does that has actually penetrated below the waterline. So just as it's building to sort of probably split the ship apart, all the water that comes in following the massive hole and puts the fire out at the last possible moment, which is all good. But yeah, it's like, unless you've caused catastrophic damage amidships, or you just kill so many of the crew that there just aren't enough people left, which is basically what happens with Atlanta. As long as there's a half decent number of crew left and the ship isn't, physically split in two amidships, they're probably going to get it home.
Yeah. There's at least, what is it? Three New Orleans class cruisers lose their bows.
Yeah.
Two. And
two at Tassafaronga, and I think, and another one later on.
Yeah, and then one of the Baltimores loses their bow during one of the typhoons.
Yeah.
There's the story of United States damage control. I would argue it's developed in the cruisers, and then it's shown off in the carriers. And so, because you hear those very dramatic stories of Bunker Hill and Franklin fighting off massive damage and surviving. But a lot of that training and those ideas are kind of start off with the cruisers, especially with Savile Island.
Yeah. Yeah, they're learning very different damage control lessons. The carriers from Coral Sea, Midway, and the carrier fights that are happening in the Guadalcanal campaign, they're learning an awful lot about fighting fires and patching things up top. And the cruisers are teaching them. I mean, okay, the cruisers are on fire as a fair bit as well, but the cruisers are teaching the US an awful lot about what to do when you have flooding.
Yeah.
Because that's a lot of the majority of the damage that the US cruisers are taking compared to the carriers. And as you say, it's like it all comes together in the latter part of the war, where you have like you say, Franklin, Bunker Hill, massive fires up top. Okay, so they've learned from, say, Yorktown and Enterprise how to deal with that element of things, but you get carriers like Saratoga. Poor old Saratoga gets torpedoed multiple times, and a lot of that level of damage control is learned partly from Pearl Harbor and partly from and in large part from the active roles of the cruisers and how they fought multiple torpedo hits in the Guadalcanal campaign and things like that. Because it is two very different kinds of damage control that you need to do for those kinds of incidents.
Right. And I think another, to kind of hit the nail on the head at the end here, another thing that's kind of unique, I would argue, to the USN cruisers is that essentially from the get-go in the treaty era, almost all of them are designed with some degree of flagship capability. And a lot of that comes from World War I experience, where William Sims was, his flagship was on a cruise liner, not on a battleship, not on a cruiser, but on a cruise liner that was able to deal with multitudes of information coming in and also able to move around a lot. And you see this a lot, especially with the larger, or the Northamptons and the Pensacola's, where a lot of them have extended forecastles or forecastles to handle admirals' quarters and their staff. And throughout World War II, you see a lot of U.S. admirals they're quartered on cruisers more so than they are on battleships and carriers in a lot of these smaller areas.
Yeah.
something that you see in the other navies, but I don't think you see it quite to the same degree, except maybe in the British Navy.
Yeah, I mean the Royal Navy has a slightly different experience because they build lots of counties in the 1920s, which are also noted for being fairly large, spacious ships. But then in the aftermath of the London Naval Treaty, they just go off onto building all various flavors of light cruiser. So, unlike the US, which kind of returns to the heavy cruiser with Wichita, continuing the New Orleans build run, and then later with the Baltimores. Apart from building a couple of little diminutive ships in the shape of York and Exeter, the British basically, from then on, are only ever building the light cruisers. They have plans to build heavy cruisers, but World War II nixes those.
Right.
And so you get an awful lot of different classes and subclasses for the Royal Navy for 6-inch cruisers, but no 8-inch, whereas the US has a few follow-on 8-inch heavy cruisers and a few light cruisers as well.
Yeah, I guess before we wrap things up here for tonight, I want to see if we have any questions collected. We don't have any questions. Okay,
No.
so it seems like we don't have any questions to continue
Okay.
with.
Well, in that case, we can probably just mention quickly the last few cruiser classes of the U.S. Navy, if you want.
We can speed run them.
Yeah.
I plan to do kind of an addendum at some other point where we'll go into a little bit more detail. But
Yeah.
let's do a speed run on them.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the speed run element. So now treaty limits are over. The Atlantas and Brooklyns are the last treaty limited cruisers. So you've then got non-treaty limited Cleveland and Baltimore class being the light and heavy cruisers respectively. And this, in a lot of ways, kind of shows how much extra weight you actually need for a all-round cruiser by this point. So the Clevelands are pushing 12,000 tons. So there's light cruisers; they're 2,000 tons over the now defunct treaty limits.
And they've lost a turret.
Yeah, they've lost a turret to make way for all the extra AA armament. And even then, the Clevelands will end up going out of service by the end of World War II. Just after World War II, for the most part, because there's not a lot of room to expand them.
Yep.
They've got all this sort of 20% increase in displacement just for this extra capability for AA and such like, and they're still right on the margins. The Baltimores, in a lot of ways, armor, speed, firepower wise, are broadly comparable with the Wichita, but they're 3,500-4,000 tons heavier.
Yeah. They're built to the standard of Wichita, but have the weight to deal with it.
Yes, and they're almost they're more than a third again as heavy, which gives you some idea of just how much how much additional displacement you need to have a fully competitive, fully rounded cruiser at this point in time. You then have some modified Clevelands, the Fargos, which are the last of the US light cruisers built as gun vessels, along with the Junos, which are modified Atlantas, which lose the wing turrets again because of displacement space. And then the Baltimores lead on to the Oregon cities, which are kind of a variant of the Baltimores. There's not a huge amount of difference between them, but when you then end up with the last two classes of gun cruiser for the US Navy, which is the Des Moines and the Worcesters, and they kind of represent the next technological level where cruisers would have gone if guns had stayed as the primary form of armament.
But by that point, you're looking at guided missiles starting to be seen on the horizon, at least.
Yeah,
there's less need for the ships, far less need for the ships.
Yeah. Although weirdly enough, having had a fairly strong run with the Baltimores and the Clevelands, the U.S. Navy goes back to almost an early 1900s position of really being really good at building the heavier side of things, because the Des Moines are absolutely excellent ships. The 8-inch autoloaders work pretty well. They're fast. They're well armored. They've got plenty of radar, plenty of AA. Everyone's quite happy with them. And then you have the Worcesters on the lighter end of things, which, okay, they've got the speed, they're relatively well protected for light cruisers, and on paper they've got an absolutely fearsome armament. It just so happens the 6-inch autoloaders break down every 5 seconds,
Yeah,
which
I mean,
isn't helpful.
when they were running, because the Worcesters do get some use in the Korean War. By
Yeah.
then they've got them figured out.
Yeah.
And so they actually have really surprisingly good service during the Korean War. But at first, there is a multitude of problems because they're trying to get a dual-purpose auto-loading turret that can load at any angle, up to 70 degrees even, which presents just a multitude of engineering problems to deal at once.
Yeah, and it's a bit weird because actually in both, in the 6-inch autoloader and also in the 3-inch autoloader, which becomes a kind of a standard anti-aircraft gun for a while, those are both joint projects with the Royal Navy, with the British. But the British generally have the slightly better time of it with their 6-inch and 3-inch autoloaders in terms of reliability out of the gate. Not particularly because it's a different design, because it is. I mean, there's slight differences, but a lot of it is joint technology. But again, similar to what happened in the early interwar period with the Pensacola's and the Northamptons, the US is trying to cut down on weight as much as humanly possible, and a lot of the initial problems with the Worcester's guns can be traced back to the fact that they're built a bit too light.
Yep.
And a lot of the stuff they do for Korea is strengthening them.
Yeah, and that's a common thing through basically cruisers of all navies through this period, is that they're constantly adding structural bits just to keep them from shaking themselves apart in some cases, or just to help them serve for longer.
Yeah, and by the contrast with the Des Moines, obviously there being that it's a heavy cruiser, they accept that it's a heavy cruiser, it's going to have a bunch of extra weight to it, and so they don't cut into the 8-inch autoloaders anywhere near as much as they do with the 6-inch. And
Worcester ends up being 16,000 or 15,500 tons. It's the biggest Worcester and its sister are the biggest light cruisers ever built.
Yeah, but as a result, the Des Moines weighing sort of 18,000 tonners, they don't have quite as many problems.
Yep. So, but I think we need to be moving on now.
Yep.
So
No
I
worries.
want to thank you very much for.
Not yet. I'm just gonna quickly jump in. Sorry, Drach. Sorry,
That's okay.
Philip. We didn't receive that many questions during the entire historical bits because people were paying attention. In the end, there were just like 2-3 questions that I think are important.
Okay.
One question, Drach, do you think the United States Navy missed out on not putting torps on their cruisers? And which US cruisers has or is decorated with the most destroyed or kills was the question.
Off the top of my head, I don't know which US cruiser got the most kills. A whole bunch of, I think 3 of them can have a combined kind of draw for battle stars. They will have, I think it's 17. All 3 of them have.
It's 17 or 18.
Yeah, San Francisco's is one of them.
San Francisco, San Diego, which is San Francisco's a Northampton. San Diego is an Atlanta or Juneau class, and then
one of the New Orleans class has got.
I think is it Minneapolis?
Possibly, I can't remember off the top of my head, but yeah, there's a bunch of US cruisers that basically all occupy joint second for most battle stars in World War II. Obviously, Enterprise takes the trophy. Most kills, as I say, I don't know off the top of my head. I would suspect Helena's probably in the running, given that she was anywhere and everywhere shooting at everything in during Guadalcanal, the Guadalcanal campaign. But in terms of, did the US miss out on having torpedoes on their cruisers? Possibly. I would say, I mean, there are a few cases where you could make an argument that having torpedoes aboard might have allowed them to exact some additional damage, especially the night actions of Guadalcanal, although then again, Atlanta did have torpedoes. It didn't help her all that much. In a lot of ways, to be honest, the Pacific was a very different theater compared to the Atlantic or the Mediterranean or the Arctic Ocean or the North Sea. the Japanese, obviously, they do have quite an extensive usage of torpedoes by their cruisers, especially in the night actions at Guadalcanal and in a few other places. But to be perfectly honest, with hindsight, especially the early war, the early part of the World War II for the Americans, which is probably the opportunities where they would have wanted to have torpedoes, if anywhere, especially the first night action of Guadalcanal, if sort of San Francisco or whatever had torpedoes with Hiei and Hiroshima so close.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, the torpedoes were hilariously unreliable. So even if they'd had them, they probably wouldn't have done all that much. Once those problems were fixed, the war had moved on to a stage in the Pacific where they probably wouldn't have had much use for them. If the US had been involved in World War II from the start and had a bunch of cruisers operating in the Atlantic, Mediterranean, and so forth areas, then probably in those areas, which is where you see British and initially French and then Free French and then other Allied cruisers using their torpedoes a lot more. In that environment, yeah, they probably would have wanted them, but as it turned out, there was some US cruisers operating in that area, but they either didn't get involved in engagements on the Arctic convoys or in places like Torch, they had enough firepower collectively. So I'd say that there's a few cases where it might have been useful, but broadly speaking, they probably didn't need them for the war they fought.
Yeah, because as you mentioned, the torpedoes that the U.S. entered the war with were like hilariously unreliable. It doesn't even scratch the surface. They're like it might as well have a stick.
Yeah, I mean, at Guadalcanal, one of the destroyers takes a hit that means a torpedo launches prematurely, and because the launcher's still on the center, aiming down the center line, it launches a torpedo straight into the ship's own funnel. Now, normally on a British ship, an Italian ship, a German ship, a Japanese ship, that would have been game over for that destroyer because the torpedo would have run hot, the warhead would have eventually armed, and then it would have just blown apart the center of the destroyer.
Mm-hmm.
But because they had these hilariously unreliable early war torpedoes, it just kind of runs and then stops. And everyone kind of looks at each other and goes, well, that's the first time I've been glad for a torpedo malfunctioning. And just sails off into with his torpedo stuck in the funnel.
Okay.
It's one of these funny cases of when the torpedo works, it's a rare and good occasion. When the torpedo doesn't work, it's an even happier ending as well, which is very. I think that small story is the TLDR of US torpedoes during World War II. It really emphasizes on the reliability.
So, without going into the late cruiser designs like Alaska, because Prince Blip is going to cover the US cruisers in a part 2, Ships of the Line stream at some point. And I think I can close it with the last question from Lord of Bacon, who asked, which interwar cruiser design do you like the most? Respectively.
Out of the US or out of the whole world?
Well, that is not included in the question.
I'll probably go with the US since that's what we've been talking about.
All right.
I think we should just go on the US since Lord of Bacon is one of our US moderators as well.
Okay. For me, of all the interwar US cruisers, I think I like the Brooklyns the most. There's, as you probably sort of heard over the past couple of hours, there are various issues you can pick up with almost every other US cruiser design. That's not to say they're terrible. There's some of them are not brilliant, but even the ones that are relatively decent, you can usually point at something and go, well, overall good, but this and this maybe you could have improved. It's exceptionally difficult to look at the Brooklyns and go, this is wrong, because they've got the speed. For a light cruiser, they're fairly well protected, and very well protected in some areas. They've got immense firepower, and they're built and kept up to date with systems that allow them to exploit that firepower to the point that, you can make a fairly creditable argument to say that apart from First Savo Island, where everything's just a horrific ambush, but in most of the other circumstances, especially around the Guadalcanal campaign and thereafter. In most of those battles, if you replaced the US heavy cruisers that were present with more Brooklyns, the result probably would have been either a lot better or even more hilariously one-sided for the US Navy. That they're just incredibly good ships, to the point that, when you look at their successors, the Clevelands, the starting point for the Clevelands is basically Brooklyns but with more AA. As it turns out, they have to drop a turret, which is a bit of a shame, but it still gives you a very solid light cruiser design, even then. So yeah, interwar US Navy, Brooklyn all the way.
All right.
That's a good one. What about you, Blip?
So at least from a performance standpoint and a design standpoint, I have to completely agree. The Brooklyn class cruisers, you can't find very many faults with them. But in terms of aesthetics, I like, because I always have to divide things by aesthetics. I have to go with the Northampton class, just because it captures the feeling of being a cruiser and the feeling of being fast. Much more so than a lot of the later U.S. cruiser designs, which I personally, even though I'm an American, I don't find many of the later American cruisers designs that attractive looking, other than the Oregon City class. But the Brooklyns, just the combat record is there. Like you can't really argue with that.
Oh, come on, Lane. Don't you love the beauty of a Pensacola and the Indianapolis, how bulky they are with the huge freeboard?
The Northamptons come in between them. It's like a Indianapolis, but a little bit lighter.
So, Chris, what would be yours favorite US cruiser out of all the ones they covered or didn't cover?
I probably would go with the Atlanta.
Oh, yes.
Because I personally love the design, and then they just smacked all the 127mm all over the ship for anti-air. I really like it. I don't even want to imagine how it would be in a battle scenario when all 127mm are like firing in a sequence, especially like for AA purpose. Man, that must have shaken the entire ship.
I mean, like I don't know if we have, if I can think of it. I can't really think of any examples of Atlantas, but at least with North Carolina doing several of her AA engagements, she's firing 10 of those turrets on a 5 on a broadside, and they're describing the ship looks as if it was on fire.
Yeah.
So now you take that and you add a couple turrets to it, and it's just
it's insane. What would be yours?
I'm a bit torn. You mentioned Atlanta and instantly broke my heart. But if I had to go with both aesthetic and both history in terms of combat performance and design, it would have to be the Cleveland. Correct me if I'm wrong, Drag, but they were one of the most produced light cruisers for the US Navy.
Yes, the Clevelands miss out on being the most prolific light cruiser design ever built, only because a number of them are cancelled and turned into Independence-class aircraft carriers.
Well, that's if you count the C class as all one type of class.
Yes, yeah, yeah, which probably is a little bit questionable.
The Clevelands. Okay, well, I don't see any more questions in the chat for both of you guys. I would like to personally thank you a lot because that was extremely informative. You guys have been on for 2 hours, and I can understand that it can be quite tiring. I know you're used to it, talking for a lot of time, but it's a very nice thing. And the chat has been very engaged throughout this entire story lesson. So just so you guys know, awesome job. And well, thank you very much both for your time.
Thank you very much.
I am not sure if you have any other things to say, any other questions to mention, any other last second information to give out. Other than I'll leave it to Blip to wrap it up.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming, Drachinifel. And for those who are watching, definitely go to Drachinifel's channel. He covers naval history through time itself. You have specials on ships that are ancient, as ancient as the ship of Theseus, basically, all the way up to essentially the Korean War ish, and basically, especially in the time period that World of Warships covers, is definitely I would argue is the channel's focus. So on Wednesdays, Drac uploads massive specials. On Fridays, he usually does a special video as well as live dry dock, if I remember right. And then, is it Saturdays you do the ship reviews?
Yeah. Saturday's the 5-minute guides.
The 5-ish minute guides.
Yes.
And then on Sundays you host the dry dock, which is a massive Q&A with a huge wealth of information. And you have the monthly Patreon Q&A, which are marathon length nowadays.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Somehow people haven't run out of questions yet.
And I don't think they will.
No, hopefully.
So we want to thank you for taking a couple hours out of your day to help us with our anniversary. And I think from now we are going to switch on to some more gameplay. So
Yes.
I'm going to be disappearing as well for a little while, and then I'll be back too. So
Well, thank you, Blip. Thank you, Drac. And see you next time.
Bye.
thank you
Bye-bye.
very much.
All right. So Lane will disappear for a little bit, and we, basically Robin and myself,
Yeah.
we gonna get someone else on the stream, and I will quickly need to sort this out. Hold on. Because we have someone that we can that we need to introduce to you, and this special someone is not
Man.
here yet.
So much teasing.
Yeah.
I don't think you are. But
No,
yeah,
Mr. Lane, you're not on mic, and
just to have a little bit of a TLDR of what happened. This first part of the stream was a 2-hour Ships of the Line, as you can see with Drach and Prince Blip.
yes,
Now we are going to switch to the rest of this stream, which is going to be about 3 more hours. So we're not gone yet. The plan for these 3 hours is to try to complete the bingo. I think we have a few crosses to cross on the specific
yeah,
bingo.
we will do this in a second.
And also share a bunch of giveaways and informations for you guys. So stick around. We may have a bit of a slow restart here because we all need to take a bit of a break.
Well, I don't.
Prince Blip specifically. And I'll leave it to Christian to explain more details maybe while we wait for our guest.
As you guys know, we had someone in a new member of our team called Final Boss, who back in the days used to be moderator and on the super test. And for the first time, he is gonna be here on stream in our Discord talking to us. Say hello, Mr. Final.
Hello there. Can you hear me?
Hello there. I'm gonna tune you up a little bit, and as most of you guys not know, it is his birthday today, on Friday the 13th. So
Unlucky,
I just want a lot of happy birthdays now in chat. So please, everybody, and should we sing?
Table, it's very loud.
Should we sing?
I think we should sing.
Should we
On
sing?
your mark, buddy. On your mark.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Final Boss. Happy birthday to you. Wie schön, dass du geboren bist. Wir hätten dich sonst sehr vermisst.
Oh wow, the song is copyrighted. Oh no,
No, the song is not copyrighted. That's come on. No, but yeah, Friday 13th, happy birthday, first time on stream. What can possibly go wrong?
I think plenty can go right, but if you have anything to say to introduce yourself, Connor, please be our guest.
Yes. Who are you? What are you doing here? And
Let the man talk.
yeah.
Hello, everyone. It's a big pleasure to be here. As they mentioned before, I'm the newest member of the team. I've come from a very big player background. A lot of you probably already recognize me. And over the course of today and the past couple of days, it just seems to have been a personal mission of Chris and Lane and everyone to rickroll me as much as possible in preparation for this. It's great to meet you all, and hopefully everything goes well and everything goes smoothly.
Okay, apparently Connor's final boss is still a touch quiet. Maybe we can raise him up on Discord.
Yes. Okay. Now, I know in that scene, Lane is not here currently. I'm gonna switch quickly to our bingo because
We have some crosses to put on.
we have some crosses to do, and I need your guys' help.
Yes. I can already help you with one, which
Yeah.
is Robin carries. I should have put something like Picana carries, because that Pensacola Kraken game was pretty good.
Okay. No, Prince Blip has not shrugged yet. Robin carries. Okay. So, what else
Hold
do
on.
we have?
Shouldn't we explain the bingo first of all?
Yes, okay.
Take a second to
To
explain
give you a short explanation. So we have 4 milestones for the bingo. 4. We have 10, 15, 20, and 25 crosses. I know that usually bingo works that if you have a line, it's a bingo. Apparently, Robin created it and didn't have any idea. Okay, sorry.
I didn't know how a bingo worked, so I
okay.
just went with my guts. So
That's-
this isn't your standard bingo. It
Yeah.
has specific rules for it.
Yeah, so the bingo did start already from the beginning since we played. So we're gonna go now with what we already have. But when we have 10 crosses, we will raffle away 2 tier 4 ships, like 2 tier 4 premium ships that are currently available. If we have 15 crosses, we raffle away 2 tier 5 premium ships additionally. If we have 20 crosses, we give away 2 tier 6 premium ships additionally. And if we get all of them, which honestly we are aiming for it, we give away 2 Nassaus additionally.
Yep.
So
The prices are stackable.
Yes.
Meaning that if we get all 25 crosses, we're giving away 8 ships in total.
now, for the moment that you've all been waiting for,
Oh boy.
we have 2 special codes that we're gonna reveal when the time has come.
No, Cerberus Kamikaze is not included because it's not technically
Yes.
available
all
via normal means.
currently available.
I mean, it is available through the retail version. The
Yes,
deluxe
but
firepower
all
deluxe version.
available ships in the premium
shop.
shop.
Here we go.
Yes.
There's your
So
answer.
we have. I just need to quickly orient it because it's 2 codes that are a little bit are nearly the same.
Yeah.
Okay, that is this one, and this one is that one.
Code for 100,000 doubloons. You wish, Loro Chiquito. You wish. That's not gonna happen.
So this one is okay. So we gonna start. I need to go back into this one.
You're
Goddammit,
right.
I already forgot again which one was
Okay.
which.
While Christian is struggling with the settings, I'm joking. Can you guys tell us in the chat which bingo you think has been already completed? I know we have Robin carries. We also have a Kraken. That's 2. Someone mentioned double 5 as well. But here's the code.
So this code will reward you with the OLEG commemorable flag.
Memorable flag.
Yes, it is basically.
I think you mix
commemorative
commemorative and memorable.
It's both at the same.
It works.
It's called memorable
We
and commemorative
We
flag.
understood you, right?
So this is it's not a potato flag code, unfortunately, because that's we need to wait for that. By the way, we will get a potato flag code.
Really?
Yeah, because they
Is
were
that information
asking.
we can share?
Yes, because in the last stream, in our developer stream, they were asking for a toaster flag, and everybody disagreed, and then we decided to come up with the potato flag.
I was away for vacations. I wasn't aware of that. I'm learning with you guys.
You're beautiful, Lane. you're beautiful.
What's happening is that Lane is redoing. You are on stream right now. You know
Yeah.
that the entire time.
You are gorgeous. I will let me move it over here so you
So
can,
now Lane
so you
understands
can know
what's going
what are you
on.
doing and
Yes.
where you are. You're
I'm really
gorgeous.
sorry. I have a bad little flu here case. So I'm gonna cough.
Yeah. Robin was stabbed the second time, so we need a quiche flag. Menacing, you need a ban.
All right. So that's the first code. This one gives an OLEG flag. Correct?
Yes, this one gives an OLEG flag. There is no limit on it, and there is no time limit on it.
For the flag.
For the flag, yes.
Understood.
Yes, so you can redeem it as much as you want.
But he's not done yet.
Well,
For now.
for now, there is gonna be another thing.
All right, let's complete this bingo here, if you have the time to
Yes.
do it.
So-
we had Robin Carries for sure. We had Kraken Unleashed for sure.
We had Kraken. Hold on,
Yeah,
I need to
Kraken
quickly
Unleashed.
reorganize here so I can take.
Christian is doing everything live on OBS right now, so give him time.
So then we had. Where is the Kraken? Help me.
The Kraken is going to be right there.
Here.
Here we go.
Okay.
Perfect.
So we have the Kraken. Help. Huh?
We had a Kraken.
We had
with
a
the
Kraken.
Pensacola, buddy.
Yeah,
But
you.
weren't-
It was.
you
We were
couldn't see.
basically. We were silently celebrating.
Yes.
I nearly had a Kraken, and Robin had a Kraken.
Yes. So yeah, I think Blip corrects an historical fact could be also crossed out.
Dude, you want to cross it out because he corrected the one and only Drachinifel?
Yeah. Okay, but let's argue. Okay, let me say. Okay. So
Double fire, yeah, we had
Double
multiple
fire we
ones.
had for
I had triple fires on my. I had a triple fire on my Saint Louis from an Ivaki.
same map twice in a row? No. Or did
No,
we had
we didn't.
twice big race maybe with
Well,
low tier?
as long as Robin and me are playing, 2 defeats in a row is going to be a little bit
It's gonna
difficult.
be a little bit hard, yeah. No close quarter expert. T kind of backstabs Robin. I don't know how you're gonna backstab me today.
Well, if you want to consider that not being able to kill the Queen Elizabeth when you were nearly dead,
Oh,
but
that
I
was
don't.
kind of a backstab.
No, it wasn't. I was trying.
All right, let's keep this one away.
How was the stream? Did I miss anything important? No, only a 2.5 hour historical part with Drachinifel.
Yeah. Okay.
So very important.
Big race epicenter. I don't think that happened.
No.
Did you get 5 over pens on a broadside?
Totally intentionally beaching. I'm sorry about this. I did with my St. Louis. I did not pay attention. Torpedo beats. Yes, I did as well against the CV in the very beginning.
Yeah. Did you get any overpens, like 5 overpens on a broadside, or don't remember?
Yes, I did on the Atlanta Black in one
No,
game
that's
with
not-
my North
it's the
Carolina.
wrong way. Right there.
Oh, there.
Yeah, you got it.
All 3 staff top the scoreboard. Gonna be difficult when final boss is
Oh,
playing.
by the way, final boss, go looking for division. I'll you already
I have
are?
a look.
Oh.
Yeah, I have a look.
I got you. I got you.
Top
You're in.
3 will be difficult, he says.
Yeah, I hit multiple citadels.
Taking a Citadels, that's definitely the case, yes. And that's already a lot.
Did I hold on? I need to check something with my Texas game. Did I shoot down 10 planes? Because if yes,
No, I don't think you did.
well, the CV attacked me.
Which is Texas? Only 3.
No, only 3.
Yeah. 10 planes gonna be a bit difficult. Big recipe center, no. Oh well, no. And I think that's it. I think we're done. I think we're here. Prince Bleep didn't shrug. I'm surprised. Prince Bleep gets devastated. He won't be playing today. Or will he? Maybe we will switch around. Maybe we'll switch around and you'll play, so that you can get. Sorry, you can get a rerun.
I don't
of
think
this.
we did the oh well yet because
we haven't done the oh well.
when Robin and me are not talking during the
Alright.
historical bit, that won't happen.
So that's 7 crossed so far. Only 3 for the first prizes.
Yeah,
So.
and the giveaway that is currently running, we're giving away 13 container packs that include 13 different containers, and you can see everything in the giveaway link. If you want to follow the bingo, again, we have our Imager link running around somewhere in the chat. There it is. Mishik is posting it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
And
The only thing is he's only posting it for Twitch, so let me just do it on YouTube as well, because otherwise the lads won't see it. There you
Blip
go.
corrected the historical fact. I don't think they corrected each other. It was just adding something up. Like,
Yeah, but I think we will cross that one by
Yeah,
default.
once we start talking.
as a little bonus, I guess, as a little bonus in the end. If we don't manage to get a lot of crosses.
so
They're wondering, did you guys break 4,000?
No,
No,
we
not
came
yet.
close.
Robin came close with I think 3,400. Or something
Yeah,
like
something
that.
like that. I can check now. Actually, service record. That was the Pensacola game. Crap. Summary recent battles. I don't even know where that is.
So and Chet is asking for a triple Paolo Emilio division. Oh my God, that's
Yes,
gonna be-
there's that too. The straw poll challenge that you guys have been voting on, or can still vote on, is a list of around 20 kind of stupid challenges that you can vote on, and we will be forced to do the top 3 or the top 5
But
challenges.
we
We will have to at least play 1 of 5 challenges in this straw poll, and so far, it's looking pretty hard.
I'm gonna play the possible
Yeah.
if we do that.
Mm-hmm. We can do it a bit later, or do we instantly start with challenges?
I don't know.
Because so far we have
The later, the better.
We have triple Paolo Emilio. We have full secondary August von Parsifal with 2 full smoke build lightnings with Smogaton. We have triple full secondary Mikasa. Then we have Atlanta only, so Atlanta. And then the 5th one is going to be no zoom, so we're not allowed to use the zoom. We only have to shoot from the third person's perspective. So I guess it's going to be very interesting. Okay.
So, and now I think we're just gonna give it out because it's just the time limited thing.
Mm-hmm.
The OLEG flag is not the only thing.
As I told you, he's not done yet.
Yeah. But wait, there's more.
But wait, there's more.
Next to the OLEG flag, I think I'm just gonna move now to this one. Yes.
Yay.
So, next to the OLEG flag, what would be the OLEG flag without, you kind of guessed it, the OLEG ship.
Mm-hmm.
This
Now,
code,
listen up.
listen up, this code is only available until 3 o'clock UTC in the morning, until tomorrow. So 14th of August, 3 a.m. UTC. And yeah, go ahead, share it.
I love the chat reaction.
Yeah, it's
Let's go.
And there is all hail Oleg, exactly. The might be a hint as well for some application that is currently running.
But yeah, basically free Oleg until tomorrow 3 p.m. UTC.
Yes.
So Oleg flag, Oleg ship. Just get the codes in your account if you don't have. Is there any specific thing if you already have Oleg? Okay,
No.
that was a trick question.
No,
sorry.
there is nothing.
'Cause
There is no
the-
credit compensation, no nothing.
Yeah,
Understood.
and but the flag is new for everybody. So
All right.
Yes.
Yeah, the flag.
flag is-
It's a new flag and then an old classic ship. I mean, the only Oleg. So that's a little wink from us for the anniversary. So again, the giveaway is going right now. You can submit 13 winners for 13 different crates. We also have the 2 codes we just shared, and then we have the potential rewards from the bingo. So
Whoopsie.
yeah, what? Yes, I see it.
It's not out yet.
It's not out yet.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Well, don't show it then.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad to see the chat is ecstatic about this. It's very nice. I say we start off with a challenge. Are you up for this, Mr.
For what?
Final Boss? For a challenge?
For the YOLO Emilio or?
Okay, Final Boss is good to go. I say we start with the 5th floor, which is the no zoom hipfire only, so we can play whatever we want. But we
Not
cannot zoom.
actually in the game though. If you would like to send me an invite.
I did send you an invite.
Oh, did you?
You may have not accepted it.
I don't think I've.
Can you just
received-
move the microphone a little bit closer to your mouth, Final?
It's
Because-
basically right on my mouth. I'm not sure what's going on. I'll speak a bit louder though, and fingers
just
crossed.
quiet.
Yeah.
It's
What you can do, boss,
Nah, it's
is
fine. It's
is
working.
is go into your just press the Xbox logo, and you should have the notification on the bottom right with the invite from me, because you may have your notifications disabled, at least the pop-up ones, and that's how you will be able to join us.
No, I don't have them at all. Here,
just go into looking for division.
That's
I
Oh,
am
already
in the
invited.
division. Xbox has a bug sometimes though when you send invites, I don't actually send. I can try and
Well-
send you one of you an invite in, and then you can pull the other.
all right. Well,
Do you have us on ignore?
I'll just dismantle the division and see if you can invite us then. Wait. All right, dismiss division, and I'll go looking for division. Same for Christian, and see if we can have an invite.
Okay, that's your invite.
Professional streamers. Yes, I've accepted your invitation.
Okay, just waiting on Chris. There you are. Invite
Just
sent.
go to your notifications.
Nope.
Maybe if I invite you, I can't invite you. Great.
This is an odd one. I'll set you as
Hmm.
leader of the division, Robin. Hold on.
Thank you. Yes,
There
if
you
you can invite players, and then I can invite Christian. There we go. Now you should have the invite. Yes, 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 yes. All right, all fixed, all good. So
Probably
we-
because we don't have him on our friends list yet.
maybe I don't know. Once again, I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. Okay, let me switch to this overview.
Oh, we can just go into like full
is it-
screen instantly, maybe.
Starting right off with Atlanta.
We can play whatever.
Atlanta.
To be fair, we can play whatever we want, but we have to keep in mind we cannot zoom.
Yeah, no, with Atlanta we can.
Oh, we start with Atlanta.
yeah.
Okay, let's start
Let's-
with
let's-
Atlanta.
Let's start with
So,
Atlanta.
3 Atlantas with AP only. So I'm gonna go
God.
refill station. I'm gonna go fixated. I might even go punch through. And then I'm just gonna go full concealment because I don't need Bunny down XXL. I'm actually going to go no fly zone.
By the way, how so for the code, you please need to leave a big thank you shout out to Mr. Conway who rendered those for us today. And I think you noticed the cool stinger that's Robin's doing. So
It's just a detail. Only a detail.
yeah, but still details are nice details. So.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. Yes. What does the 2010 OLEG is back gives? It gives the ship itself. Tier
Yes.
2 Russian premium cruiser OLEG.
Yes.
The only OLEG that exists. It's just, you know, if you don't know what OLEG is, you're not really a true legends, are you? Sorry, it was a bit
Okay,
of a-
so this, I don't need this because we're not firing HE, torpedo detectability, punch through, fixated.
Sorry to cut you, Chris. How are you offering the Nassau? We are offering the Nassau only if we manage to complete today's bingo.
Yeah.
Today's bingo, if Christian can show it, is currently running right now. Let me show you a link that actually gives you the link to the image itself for the bingo. And then you can just keep in mind what the stuff needs to be completed if needed. The goal is to, of course, just cross every single cases. It doesn't work like a normal bingo, meaning that it's just the amount of cases we cross will basically define the amount of ships we give away.
Yeah.
It's
so
it's
yeah.
a bingo.
It's
It's a
what?
bingo card with goals to reach with filling out different cells.
All right. Well, Triple Atlanta with AP only. That's going to be very interesting.
So I think you have basically 100 millimeters of penetration at about 8 kilometers,
Good.
roughly. So that can be your like rough metric.
You know,
You don't access the bingo.
you don't have to do it yourself. You can
Our
only,
AP will block out the sun.
Exactly. I mean, I'm pretty certain, to be honest, that Atlanta might be even more potent than normal HC Atlanta.
Are you guys going to
And
be
to
using
battle we go.
Baltimore? Baltimore with absolute?
We have the wrong overlay, though, Christian. If you can switch it out, that'd be nice.
Huh?
We have the wrong overlay. Good, sir.
Dude, you wanted to
Show the bingo for a
Oh
while.
shit. Hold on. Hold on. Why is my stream deck now disappeared? No, my stream deck disappeared. And you said I should go to the bingo, okay?
Yes. Now that the bingo is done, you can go normal. Yeah, here we go. See? Easy enough. All right. Challenge number 1. I mean, there's no rewards for completing the challenge. It's just how much torture can you guys inflict into us until we actually give up. Oh, and we spawned like miles across.
What the?
It's gonna be. I mean, I'm gonna
What are
join.
those? I'm gonna
join
go
up
to
with-
B. Screw
to
that.
B? Yeah, okay.
And I don't want to see anybody shooting HE, okay?
I want to join up with Final Boss. Thank you. I had HE loaded already. Oh boy, that's gonna be rough. In before they shoot HE on accident. That's not gonna happen. Okay.
Why do you have defensive AA?
Why do I have a defensive AA? Because if there was a carrier, I would have used it. I don't need Hadra.
With a triple Atlanta division.
So? We need to shoot down 20 planes. 10 planes, remember? That's also why I took the...
10 planes together, or?
No. Oh! I don't think so. We need to have like a 10 planes.
That's
I don't
not
think-
specified in the rules.
It's not specified.
We just want to complete it for the people.
We
Come on.
want to complete it for the people. So yes, 10 so planes shot down.
So there is no way to play a bingo. I think we just choose the wrong name for this event where we just complete random stuff, or if random things happen, we just scrap it out.
I mean, the base principle looks like
Yeah.
a bingo.
So to clarify on one of the goals to reach is a detonation. That doesn't have to be scored by any of us. It just
no.
needs to happen in the match.
It's a detonation. Enemy team, friendly team, whatever. Ourselves.
So just to make it a little bit more achievable, since it
Yeah.
is a kind of a rare occurrence.
Starting fire at a 12-kilometer warspite.
We tried to make the challenges slightly hard, but not impossible to far from impossible to complete. So, I wonder, does Atlanta has some kind of short fuse AP? Christian, please.
turn. Ow, ow.
It's okay. Does Atlanta has any kind of short fuse AP against
No.
DDs, for example? Or am I going to overpen the living?
Do you have Baltimore as
If
a
I remember
command
right,
captain?
it does have short fuse AP. So
Did
the-
historically Atlanta had any kind of short fuse AP?
I
Or
don't
did she even
remember.
had AP?
But at least in game, I believe it's 0.01. So
I like how you say I believe when you actually know, Blip.
well,
So
let me pull up the
you can
the
start
sheet.
spilling the bills, spilling the beans if you want about how come you have all these statistics.
So recently, I have been able to get access to a lot of the data on ships in the game. So that we
No,
can
he
get-
didn't.
Huh?
No, he didn't.
Are you sure about
Am
that?
I going?
Do you really want to get these questions now in the future?
Like,
I think it's too late.
don't-
You have done this to yourself.
but
And there's been
essen- we don't have a complete list yet. This is very much a work in progress. But we hope to, in the future, be able to answer specific questions about ships, so that we have something that we can provide you until we get it into the game. That's the idea. So, and it's still very much a work in progress. But that's one of my projects that I'm working on here, is to get more of this information available in some form. So let me just pull up Atlanta here.
And we're going to
Man, hitting a DD with Atlanta is
shade
challenging.
the sky.
Close to
Oh,
impossible.
It is 0.01 seconds fuse time. So it is very much a very short fuse.
All right. Meanwhile, this California has been not doing good. AKA, oh boy, please don't hit me. Thank you. I mean, to be fair, for 42 hits for 3,000 damage isn't that bad, right?
You need to get
My
closer, my
God.
dude.
I need to get closer, yes, and just get overpenned myself. I mean, I can still love this California, and I'm doing actually decent damage.
I have 122 hits for
That
17,000.
was 4,000 damage. What?
That was another 3,000 there.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, princess.
Yeah, if you're hitting the superstructure, you can take some chunks out.
Oh yeah.
Chunky.
I mean, we might actually discover a whole new meta here. Just for the win. If I can kill this California by just ruining her over the island, that would be quite hilarious.
The major problem is just saturation, though.
Yeah, she's getting saturated indeed. Now, there's an Atlanta on the other side, but
I'm relying entirely on overpens right now. I'm
the
purposely
final boss
prioritizing
is
California as much
is
as
going to
possible.
kill it.
Yeah,
Very nice. Alright, I'm just gonna go fight this Atlanta at point blank and see what happens.
Oh, god damn it.
You're right.
Yeah, but like steel's getting stolen left, right, and center.
Steel's getting stolen.
Yeah,
Wow.
steel's getting stolen.
They are stealing the steals. But
Yeah.
let me
Freaking
radar.
stealers.
See where this. Oh, there you are, guy. There.
When you guys start sharing some fake codes, I'm gonna straight up ban you in the chat, and I'm dead serious. So don't do that. Not even for fun. Because that just
How am I
creates
missing
even
this
more
shell?
questions.
Uh,
Oh,
There
what
you
is
go.
this? Oh, sorry.
man, she's shooting me. I don't think it's a good idea, Gaida, because this AP is gonna hurt you if I hit your engine block. Is he gonna beach himself? That's hilarious, isn't it? I wish I could switch to HC right now, because I would mail that guy down, but unfortunately I cannot. Alright, here we go. That's some relatively nice penetration. I need to get the pen on the engine block, and then I can kill this guy fairly easily. Just like that. Man, these destroyers are aggressive. I like it. I really do like it. Oh, you sneaky little
Oh,
bugger.
no.
This is gonna hurt. That's alright. Could have been worse. Here's my radar though, which is...
Dude, the battleships player that I have on my side are just too good.
You think that this Atlanta is gonna be in trouble? I'm just gonna actually make a hard turn and try to...
I am AP chunking in Atlanta right now.
Yeah, she might kill me if she decides to go AP here, but it's alright.
Yeah, dude, what are those players that I have here? Holy
She's not even ready
moly!
for me. Damn it.
I'm thinking about
Okay,
just-
AP only, so we can't even use torpedoes.
Nope,
Nope.
nothing.
Okay, I knocked out a front turret. which is
I'm
good.
gonna go in. Let's
Oh,
go.
it occurred to me. I fired the torpedo salvo earlier, but I didn't.
No, you're fine.
Bummer.
I am burning, and I don't like this. You run, this guy.
You can run, but you can't hide.
Actually, can hide, alright. Okay, well, that's 2 kills and 43k. I am actually not disappointed in that result. With the
Ow.
OLEG, Kristen.
Can you
You want to switch to your screen?
smoke screen, my friend?
I feel like the most impressive feat this whole game is I haven't died yet, to be perfectly honest.
True.
Oh well. Oh, spotted.
Oh no. Goodbye, Robin.
No, yeah, I'm dead. God damn it. No beats for me. Nice job, this guy. That guy knows.
I'm not sure
You
if
said,
I
oh well.
messed up on the bingo yet. Yeah.
Yeah.
I am dead. Meanwhile, Christian is abusing islands and dodging who needs a bad AP. Literally dodging it.
Wait,
Yeah, you can
that
lower.
Fuso, no, that Fuso just devastated my New Mexico on top.
I think the Queen did.
No, it was the
Oh,
Fuso.
it was a Fuso. But the Queen Elizabeth is about to take like what? 3 torpedoes? Only 1. What? Okay. We still have that Bliskawica in front of you. Bliskawica, sorry, in front of you.
Oh, that means I'm not allowed to rush.
You can
Oh,
rush
no.
now.
No, I need to stay here and just farm them.
Yeah. Farm
How am I
AP.
spotted?
Because the DD behind you, Bliskawica.
I don't think he's that far up.
He actually went straight north. I mean, this is the only way he can spot it right now. So he's not playing on anything, so it has to be the DD. Tikana's favorite thing is banning people. Like they even give him a special ban hammer. It has plus 10 trillion swing speed. Makes a big
Oh.
mess. Is that true? Do you have like a special ban hammer?
Why are you firing at me? Bliska?
Oh, I did get to start the day with banning one of those Discord bots. So
Did she smoked up in your radar range?
No.
Yes, she did. 8.5. You have radar on her.
nothing like the smell of napalm in the morning.
That's unfortunate, Bliska. That's not how you play Bliskawica, guys. All of
Why
this,
am I not hitting her?
There you go. Now you're hitting her.
Not really. And playing with AP is not the smartest choice in that situation.
Sure is it? No, she's the last one alive, and final boss is gonna start having some angles on that too. So many shells raining from left and right. Oh, this is a beautiful sight. I need to switch to my screen. That poor Bliska is literally just farming potential damage right now. Quite literally.
He's gonna end up with like 2 million potential.
Oh, that's some good hits. Final boss getting real close now.
Why are you running? Why?
Why are you doing? Oh, is
I'll
this a
pop
chance
right
for a radar? You don't
Yeah,
have the
I'll-
range. Oh, you do have the range. Here we go.
Yeah, I do. I got it.
And
yeah.
she's shooting.
So
Come on, guys. you can do it.
To answer,
It's not that easy to hit a
I know.
destroyer
I know
on
it
10
isn't.
kilometers.
I know it isn't. I know it isn't.
answer-
There we go. Well done.
Well, you were pretty close to it.
Challenge completed.
to answer a quick question, does the key have the same penetration as a Magi? It does not, but it's marginal. So
We're this close to completing all
Oh,
three
we
stuff.
almost
the
got
scoreboard.
1, 2, 3 as AP Atlanta.
No, because the Z just obliterated the scoreboard with 2200 base XP. So no, we were not close to it.
But
Oh, we got the whole well. We got the oh well. You're right. We got the oh well.
oh well.
Double fire on the bingo. Yes, it's already been crossed out. Coyote. All right. Are we moving to challenge number 2?
nah, I want to have a normal game.
You want to have a normal game?
Yeah,
All right.
spread it out a little bit.
Can I ask for a
yes.
very, very, very short break? And I'll be back in the round.
Innocent
Like,
just sent me something that you should probably see. I sent it to you in DMs.
And I will take over Robin's spot for a game.
yeah, sure, definitely do that.
I won't look at this something like that. During the stream,
You
my
will
friend.
have my name, but that's fine. It won't confuse people at all.
Okay.
And
get in a
trust me, if it's a Rickroll, then I won't watch it. It's probably a Rickroll, so don't even try me.
Can you mute me, Chris, real quick? Can you mute me? Because I'm going to go to Robin's.
Yeah, I can mute you too. Then I'm just gonna go on my personal camera. Oh, you're sitting down here now? Okay.
I am not
So-
supporting Robin.
How... Okay, hold on a second, guys. I just quickly need to do something. So we can move around.
So, to answer a quick question, no, I can't tell you when Mikasa will be put on sale again. It was never on sale technically because it was a free ship, and we don't know if or when it will come back. So, sorry. Couldn't tell you if I knew.
Don't you ruin my stats. Because you're playing on my account.
Play as bad as you can. And I will, because I got it prepared. Ta-da! What? About what? Hold on. I just need to, move this around here. Now we have a background for that. Where's the market? Oh, you still wear it.
I still have it. Yes. 1 second.
Okay, what do you need, Final?
I was just asking how you always somehow know if it's a Rick roll or not. It's like you have the psychic power to determine that it's a Rick roll.
Dude, you sent me a link called Game Breaking Bug from Menacing during a live stream and tell me that I really, really need to watch it. First of all, no professional would do that. Not even if it's Game Breaking Bug, because it can wait after the stream. So it can only be so pressing that you send it to me because it is a Rickroll. I have Rickrolled so many people in my life, and I have been Rickrolled a lot of times, that you don't even need to try it, man. It's like, don't even try it.
Damn, Menacing, I failed. I'm sorry, bro.
And also, if I would have played it and we would have had gotten a strike, you would be in serious trouble. Because, it's music that is copyrighted.
Oh my.
And I would have played it on the streaming PC, so I don't think you wanted to risk that. But, yeah.
And my ex-chick just rickrolled me in a DM on Discord. So that's karma right there.
Did you just change the names on the fly?
Yes, the cameras, I told you earlier. I just needed to change the cameras. No, because I put a little bit of work into the whole streaming setup, where now the camera is basically switched out in every single scene that we have.
Professional streamer.
So, yeah. Except here. Oh, hold on. Let me... Whee!
Okay.
Background.
But anyhow, what are we playing?
Whatever you get devastated in. So play
So
Champagne.
I need to play either Champagne or some sort of cruiser that's easily detonatable. Let's see.
Giveaway between the games. Actually, good idea. Let me quickly. I need to check if I actually have the access. Huh? No, but the regular giveaway for the 13 crates. Brian, if you want to know what a Rickroll is, just go to YouTube and search for Rick Astley, and you know the song will definitely never gonna give you up, and it will never let you down, and it surely will never desert you.
Yep.
And you will never cry. Some people will say goodbye, but in the end, people will hurt you.
Why? What, Robin? Why did you have Paolo de Revel on your Zara?
Yes.
Why did you have Paolo de Revel on your Zara?
That's a very good question. I mean, just look at the skills of how we can hear about. It's not that bad.
It's not bad. Yeah.
Especially with Cunningham and Shanos as an inspiration for Battleship inspiration.
Definitely was supposed to be on the I actually feel bad because I'm letting it down.
I'm joking. I'm joking. Why, by the way, do we not have our chat in the? Somebody closed it,
Oh no.
but it's okay.
All right. I'll do my best to backseat you.
Okay, let's put the camera on Blip because So what do you want to play, Zara? Okay.
Let's do tier 6. Yep.
Okay, so I need a tier 6 ship that I enjoy.
Can't hear Robin. Oh, you guys.
Oh,
Microphone.
sorry. No, it
I
was
used
because
to,
Robin's lane stood up earlier, and I wanted
So
to.
I was talking this whole time, and
Yeah,
no
I
one
was
able
talking
hear
to
me.
us the whole time. No, he's sitting there. He's talking. He's fine. We have him.
Okay, rip me.
Final, please pick your tier 6 ship. Nelson.
Solid
I
choice.
wanted to play that.
I was going to play a destroyer to be cruel because it means odds are I'm not going to be the first person to die because of concealment.
Please play Destroyer.
Okay.
No, it's fine. I'm gonna play Scharnhorst with Scharnhorst. Oh, baby. Especially with the torpedo range upgrade. Yes, I'm gonna play definitely not Scharnhorst on this ship. I'm gonna play... Nope. There he is. But I don't have... Yeah. I'm just gonna pick Hyde.
Someone has asked if you can showcase, is it Shinonome?
Yes!
Is that the first time I've ever pronounced it correctly? I hope it is.
I mean, Shinonome.
Shinonome.
That's how I would pronounce it. But I don't think any of us speaks fluent Japanese.
I think you need to either hold the battle. Yeah, you need to.
Oh, I'm the division leader. Okay.
Yeah. Apparently, nobody trusts giving a German the lead.
It can be like that sometimes.
You know. Okay.
So interestingly enough, Scharnhorst is another one of those ships with an extremely short fuse time of 0.01 seconds.
And I just figured out that I actually have the one and only beautiful Scharnhorst
Oh,
camouflage.
wow. That's a
Oh,
fantastic camo indeed.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that Scharnhorst has such a boxy forward superstructure. Really
Such
boxy.
a boxy forward super. I mean, she's thick and.
I mean, it's a German.
Kind
It's
of
a
we've
German
confirmed
ship.
again. No, I don't know why, but I think I just wanted to make screenshots for someone who was asking for the Scharnhorst camouflage. The problem is, I also had the Azure Lane Scharnhorst on her. I don't know why. I haven't played the Scharnhorst in like ages. So
Look,
yeah.
everybody is a weeb deep down. You know.
Well, when it comes to good animes, yeah.
Yeah.
I think since Prince Blip started here. We were talking about a lot of good animes together, but not these kind of, you know, overly excessive weep stuff where they are screaming, but the rather good stuff. Like,
I mean, what is the definition of a weeb? Like how large does it include?
So the weeaboo as
Yes.
as a term that I understand, being being an anime fan, I suppose. Weeaboo is usually like a pretty extreme definition, actually. I would say it's people that like love Japanese culture to the extent that they want to move and live in Japan.
yeah, that's not how far we go, but yes, Full Metal is actually one of those. And Lane recommended it to me, and that's a funny story because there are two different TV shows, and he explained me why. One of those was finished before the actual manga was finished, and he said I should watch the other one, and I started watching it, and then I must have on accident started the one that was actually finished before it was the TV show that they made before it was finished. And I watched like 5 or 6 episodes, so I had to go all over again.
Yep.
So it was a kind of a little bit of derp. But yeah, that's one of those. The Dragon Ball Z collaboration would be cool. There is no crossover with ships, unfortunately. Like if you, for example, take Azur Lane or Arpeggio, even Transformers makes sense. And even Warhammer makes sense, but...
Do you know what anime does have ships in it at one point?
Huh?
JoJo's.
Oh no.
I mean, I wish we could do a JoJo collaboration.
Oh.
That would be nice, especially for the voiceovers.
Dude, the original voiceover of JoJo, even though I haven't watched it yet.
All right.
Fun fact, Gunzo Chihaya, his voice actor is the same voice actor that plays Jonathan Joseph in
Oh,
Phantom
God.
Blood. So we do have a JoJo.
Backseat reminder number 1. Like the Italian cruisers tend to have a special gimmick, which allow them to have a smoke screen which magically follows them for around 30 seconds, which prevent them from taking damage. Unfortunately, Prince Blip is making...
Dude, that was so close. Oh, thank you for the smoke, my friend.
You're welcome.
Ouch.
There's the giveaway. Yes, there is a giveaway currently. Demura, maybe a mods or someone will share it in the chat. Can I have the giveaway link? Maybe. Let me check.
Yes. Yeah. Pull it up on
I have the
Discord.
straw
It
poll
might
there.
actually be copyrighted right now.
There's a giveaway with 13 winners, and each winner can get 13 crates. I'm really sorry. I need to cough.
Don't be sorry.
Is it one of every crate, if I remember correctly?
Not of any... oh, Ruju's
What is that you showed here?
It's not every crates. It's some crates. I don't think we have the details of which crates, but
It's basically every World of Warships Legends event, so not collaborations,
Yeah.
with the exception of the Pot of Gold, because we can't gift that.
events such as Saving Transylvania, and so on and so forth. These kind of events.
Dude, this Fiji hurts so
This
much.
PG is actually, yeah, doing some pretty decent
Yeah,
damage
but the
to you
problem
guys.
is he's so lucky.
I mean, it is kind of the case of no armor is best armor, where the
Against a Scharnhorst
Against-
with
yeah.
short
you still overpen her to bits if you hit the superstructure, and you have chances to bounce on her main armor.
Yeah,
back.
turn in. Come on, be dead.
And I'll go.
Oh, come on.
You're doing full pens, just lower caliber Scharnhorst guns don't have the punch to
I
finish it
am a
off.
complete potato.
Why?
I am just a complete potato.
But you did not die first, so.
I did not die first, but that doesn't mean much.
Alright, that should be the kill shot on this video.
No. Oh, well, he's turning.
Faith. And I should shut up.
If our CV would have actually paid attention that the Rujo is there, he could have spotted it.
By the way, Christian, you shot down 10 planes. Congratulations.
Yeah.
That's one more bingo cross.
And now, give me my kill. Is he healing?
Can I put... Okay, let me see if I can find the giveaway link for you guys. Give me a second.
Man, this Fiji is full panning me all the time.
It's only a game.
How is he still? How does he still have range?
Alright, let me share it with you guys.
This is the luckiest Fiji alive, man.
Okay, here we go. That's the giveaway link currently running. I'm sorry if I didn't post it before. There you have it.
Yeah,
We will announce the winners at the end of the stream, correct? For the 13?
Set. I'm just gonna try it.
I think we'll announce the winners at the end of the stream. Regarding the bingo, though, we'll announce the winners as soon as we reach the milestones.
I have absolutely no idea how I survived that. I was in a less than 1 kilometer knife fight with the Shan horse that decided to not fire torpedoes at me, and I somehow managed to just bop its health. Oh, I was expecting death there.
Yeah, feels bad, man. Exactly, feels bad, man.
Yep.
It doesn't look like you're long for the world though, because you're a low HP against a nearly full HP California.
I mean, turn around, turn away.
Yeah, there's a list of the crates in
never
the
mind,
giveaway.
just be
You're right, Coyote. There is a list of the crates in the giveaway. My bad, I completely forgot about that.
It's in the giveaway link, basically.
Yep.
Okay, let's. Oh, whoopsie.
That's another map.
That's the border. Honest mistake.
Does
I'm sorry,
one
guys.
have to be present to win the giveaway? Yes,
Yes.
and no. I mean, you can always participate, but we'll announce the winners on the stream. So you need to stick around to know if you won or not, basically. So if you're present, you have higher chances of knowing, basically. How to bingo? You don't. We bingo. Essentially, we are just sharing the requirements of the bingo.
Me
so that
bingo, you bingo, he, she, it bingo, bingology, the teaching of the bingo.
so that you guys can tell us in the chat when we complete something. so
Okay,
we don't
Fiji,
forget.
you're dead.
Is she though? Incoming epic blind fire from Dikana. Boop.
Get wrecked.
Beautiful. That was a nice shot right there.
I got
Crate-
this mark.
For crate giveaway, no, Jason, you don't have to be present, but we'll announce the winners on the stream as I just said. So stick around.
Please don't flood me. Okay, he dead.
Detonation is going to shoot the Nassau giveaway in the foot. Look, we still have 2 hours to go, so a lot can happen within 2 hours of gameplay.
And there's not only detonation, but somebody has to get over 4,000 base XP.
That can happen. It's possible.
It's possible, but that's pretty rough too.
It's pretty rough, yes.
Especially when you got people like me.
No, you all have no idea. The hardest challenge is killing me first.
Oh well, we'll see about that.
Okay, it's loading salt and pepper again.
How long until the first bingo giveaway? We do not know. The bingo is completed kind of randomly from our in-game actions, so we cannot know when we'll complete it. We have milestones, which is 10, 15, 20, 25. Each milestone is 2 ships giveaway, tier 4, tier 5, tier 6, and then 2 Nassaus. So we don't know when. We haven't reached 10. I mean, we might have reached 10 crosses on the bingo after that game, so maybe. Other than that, we don't know, Mr. Metal Rodent.
Well, it's gonna be hard with Prince Blip and Final Boss playing since we need to top the score.
Christian.
Why you bullying
no
me
shame.
all the time?
Why you bullying me?
Why you bullying me?
Why you bullying me?
Because I can.
Yeah, I can share some more links. I can share the giveaway links again,
Yeah.
and I can also share the, if you want.
I would
Ben
be sharing links with the keyboard is currently set to French, and it doesn't.
Yes, that's my bad. I am French, and I can't help it. As
that's
Mr.
right.
Jingle
Man,
said.
Robin, look where you are. Come on. How dare you?
As Mr. Jingle
dare
said.
you.
As Mr. Jingle said, I am French, but no one can hold it against me.
So,
Okay, shoot down 10 planes. That's done. And I think we are 10 now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh no. Oh no. We are at 9. Below, yeah, right here. Here we go. We are at 9.
4, 6, 8, 9.
Blip corrects an historical fact. Come on, give it to them.
Just go ahead and give it to him.
Just give it
Which
to
one?
them.
Blip corrects a historical fact.
So at least we have
Whether
10
or not
crosses.
whether or not it's happened yet, I don't know. But oh well.
All right,
Oh well.
that's 10.
Yeah, final boss is here and talking, but he is currently not in the studio with us
Yes.
because we haven't been able to get him to prog yet. But he is here.
Yes.
Yeah,
Because
I'm
he's
here.
still in the UK. By the way,
so-
it's a nice score that I got.
Did you all guys finish
No.
the first, second, and third?
No,
No, because you know,
because I am an absolute potato.
if you
Damn it!
what are you doing to his account?
I am ruining his stats so that it's more balanced.
Exactly. In 3 games.
Okay.
What do we want?
Final, you're choosing.
If you give me the choice, I am just going to respond OLEG. Every time.
Okay, then
I mean, we
we're
do
letting
have
him
we
choose.
do have a challenge that states triple OLEG division, but it's kind of below. It's kind
So
of
triple Paolo Emilio, full August from Fazova plus 2 smokes buildings.
For this one, I like for the August von Parseval double lightning, I'd like to get the controller back for that one. So don't do it just yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which one should we do? Nah, let's do the triple YOLO Emilio. Come on.
Okay.
Robin looks like he would rather be at the pub. It is Friday afternoon after all, so you're not entirely wrong with that statement. But I am here. I am here for you guys, enjoying the stream. And again, I don't have a lot of occasions to be on the chair, so I am enjoying my time right now. Trust me.
What was that Reddit post with the code of the Paolo Emilio? Something like you must always die first.
Okay.
I
Let's
can't
go.
remember.
The way of the Palo.
The way of the power, yes.
Yeah, there was that Reddit post, the way of the Paolo.
First rule of Paolo Emilio is you don't talk about the YOLO. The second rule of the Paolo Emilio is you do the YOLO.
I have to say, I don't think we had a single defeat tonight.
This is the way. Well, there's always been a first.
Hmm.
Oh no, they have Ochakov. It's the hard counter. Okay, so we basically go on the left side of A
Yep.
and just YOLO into the middle and then basically up on the right side on the top island, okay? So we go left through the middle and then up.
This is gonna be
Depends where they are. And the first person, so when we get to the island, we pop our engine boost and basically, but we need to be careful because if we are all in our smoke, we are not seeing who we are charging. Take care of putting your torpedoes already on close, on narrow spread.
Oh God, what is this control setup? No, Robin.
Don't you dare change my
Preset
Preset 6. How the hell are you playing on preset 6?
I've always been playing on.
Oh my
Preset
god.
No. Hear me out.
Oh
I've
my
always-
god,
I've always been playing
Robin.
on preset 5. So whoever changed
Using
it is
French
not me.
keyboard layout and using the 6.
So what?
The 5 is the only true setup. Dude,
So
full
I've
speed!
heard.
Full speed!
So
Alright.
I've heard.
Full speed ahead. Okay, activate engine boost now.
Engine booster.
Engine booster, Kaijo. Okay, wrong. Robin needs a guitar. Yeah, I can lend him one.
What is going on? With
What is going on here?
Oh, here.
YOLO. We go through the middle.
All right.
Are you listening?
Christian,
Yeah.
let them play.
No, we're gonna YOLO. All YOLO. something is pointing towards the middle, so we're gonna.
Think about
It's
the
contested,
challenge.
so
Think
there will
about
be
the
a destroyer
challenge.
popping up on the left side.
You need to finish all 3 on the top of the scoreboard, so don't suicide for no reason, okay?
Dude, we're gonna suicide.
Oh no.
It is the way of the power law.
It is the way of the power law.
We need to
the way.
spread out a little bit so we don't get double striked.
Front seat gamer. Yeah.
Spotted. You have 6 on the right.
Oh man, I
Yeah.
almost feel bad.
Coyote,
Turn to the left. There is a destroyer on the left side.
Coyote, you know how I play and what I can do, so it doesn't matter which preset I use now, does it?
How are we?
Oh no!
Deja
Yes.
vu. I've been in the.
Yes. Yes. He's got the other torpedo. Don't be so happy about it. Yeah, now you're dead. You're dead, Christian.
Ah, I got him once. And I got him back. God damn it. But hey, I beat him the first time.
Torpedo
And I
beat
got him only
crossed.
with one set, so
Torpedo beat got
the
crossed.
joke's on you.
Wait, who died first?
I did.
Oh
No.
it wasn't. Yeah, you did. I think.
Yep.
Yeah, I
you
did.
did. Ah, damn it! It wasn't. It wasn't final boss.
I'm gonna go get this Richelieu here.
Yeah, because Final was slacking behind us.
I just love how Christian was so happy to dodge the first set and then realize, wait,
Dude, it turns like a brick.
it does. Uh-oh. You got this guy. You got this guy. Just don't stress your torpedoes. You have time. And he's shooting HE, by the way.
Well, at least he's embracing the YOLO.
Indeed.
He is embracing the YOLO indeed.
Well,
Okay, now
Shoot
now
for the-
now
shoot for
never.
the torpedoes.
don't.
He's got
You
him.
should
Don't
have
worry.
waited.
He's got him, Christian.
No, you should have waited.
No.
Here we go.
Oh,
now
now
he's
he's
dead.
I just hope he doesn't have a reload.
now he's dead.
Nah.
Fantastic.
So if you're the battleship in that situation and you have HE loaded, shoot the torpedo launchers.
Yes, wait for them to show you a little bit of broadside and then aim for the dead center. Because then you can in-cap and maybe if you're lucky, I mean, if it's reloaded and they don't have damage gone, you know.
I got a question from Gamer AK Live. Will we ever be able to melt permanent camos we've made back into paint? So this is a feedback point we have for a while now. I'm not sure if we'll ever put it in, but you know, there's
Kieran
been.
answered that
there's
on
been-
the Dev Q&A stream.
Oh, did he?
Yes,
What did he say then?
it's in the backlog.
It's in the
It would
backlog.
be a nice feature, but there is no plans to do that,
Yeah,
to
okay,
implement that
that's-
right now.
That's the TLDR. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Kagero.
Yes, indeed. Oh man, I wish we could spectate
How
final
many?
boss right now.
How many
torpedo
years-
hits number 3.
That's a quad launcher. That's not Kagero. So be careful.
How many years till we
Kagero
get
has quad
subs?
launchers,
Oh, 10.
Mr. Blip. The
Uh-oh.
eternal Italian bully.
Uh-oh.
Nice.
Albemarle is here.
Ochakov is here. So. And. Oof. We have smoke.
I don't think final.
No,
boss
I
is
think final boss is just. He's just muted himself.
No, I'm here. I'm just
Nice here.
I'm hardcore tryharding right now. Like, this is the way.
Ooh, this Albemarle did not enjoy her time.
Did you widespread those?
No.
Yeah, 'cause I don't
No,
know
I
what's
mean-
running.
I think she has had acoustic up. Unfortunately.
Yeah, he has.
Oh,
Actually
but these
better.
torpedoes. Nah. Nah. The stream started and no
Oh.
one asked about
Oh,
when we'll be
the
able
one's
to.
looking good. The one he's overturning. He's overturning. Oh no, he
Nice.
overturned.
You got him.
The danger pylon is success.
Marius Sonaru on Twitch. There's no plan to have a dev blog anytime soon.
Well,
Is there enough?
The problem is the question was raised in the Dev Q&A stream, and Kirill said it's up to me and Phil.
Oh,
And honestly, I don't want to do it until we have to, because again, I explained that in the
I wasn't there.
in the
Sorry,
podcast as well.
I'm
No, it's fine. In the
sorry if I'm
podcast as
reiterating
well.
some questions.
And I explained it because if you publish the information for upcoming updates, first of all, it's the preliminary phase where it's on the super test, where we still take feedback and change things if things need to be changed. And it takes away the focus from the current features, where it doesn't allow us to get feedback on current things that are not as they supposed to be. And yeah, I just don't want that. And since we don't have the need to publish a dev block, why do it?
All right.
It's a lot of effort, and we don't have very much manpower.
Yeah, not only
Yes.
that, it's just that, it's not necessary. Let's go into the next battle.
Okay.
So that one scrapped. There was no detonation, I think.
No, I was paying attention to it and nothing.
Okay. Bingo giveaway. We have. Yeah, true. Yeah, we finished. I think there were 2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
You
Yeah,
went
we're
to
at
10,
10,
yes.
So.
So as I recall, it should be 2 tier 4 premierships, correct?
Well, Couch, I wouldn't say it's a hassle. It's just, honestly, it's unnecessary for the effort that we would have to put in. Yeah, it's just. Hold
I
on,
think for now it's not
to,
something.
I need to try something.
I was under the impression that you guys are here for us. We are here for you guys, but there's only 3 community managers, 4 now with Final Boss. So we have a lot of we have a lot of stuff on our plates. So we're working our best to be present, communicate with you guys at all time, do these kind of streams as well, and it takes time. All the publication aspect that's behind it, all the work we do on the background to make sure everything happens correctly, super test and so on and so forth. So adding this layer for a dev blog isn't like we're not here for you guys for this. We just don't have a room for that yet. And I don't think, as Christian mentioned, I don't think it's really worth it for the current situation we're in and the game is in currently. But it doesn't have anything to do with the fact that we're not here for you guys on that topic. Trust me, it's something that was on the discussion plate long before the Q&A stream happened. So
I just quickly need to actually get the giveaway list.
Okay.
So sorry guys if this takes a little bit, but I'm trying to find, and I have them, this and this. There we go. There we go. All right. Yeah, good. 533 people actually entered the giveaway in total. So we're gonna choose from those entries. I'm gonna get.
Oh yes, the story of the Kitakami and the Oi. 2 Kuma class cruisers received the torpedo cruiser modifications in the 1930s. Essentially, the idea was that you could sail a light cruiser armed with a giant amount of torpedoes right into a harbor and torpedo everything in there. But they didn't really get a chance to use it, so they weren't really effective in the war. But they did exist, and there were 2 of them: Kitakami and Oi, which is or Oi. It's 2 O's and an I.
Robert,
yes.
I quickly have to send you something on the. Okay, can we quickly switch place? I need to do something on Lane's laptop because apparently the streaming PC doesn't have access, so I can't open the
Oh,
no.
giveaway.
go for
Okay.
it.
Well, no, take it. It's okay. All right. Or wait, yeah. give me the-
I just want to
It's
say
still
real
okay.
quick because I've
Hello, guys.
for the duration of the stream, I've received a good number of messages through Xbox Live.
So many
Dude,
names switched out. I'm Christian, Blip is Robin, and Christian is Blip.
Sorry,
Is this a
guys.
crossover episode?
Oh my.
Oh my.
Don't cross the streams, man.
No.
So I need to go here. I need to
Yeah,
open that.
The idea behind the Kitakami was essentially like basically every major naval war that Japan had been involved in up to that point started with an attack on a harbor. And I wonder where that ended up in 1941. But it kind of became a repeating feature when they started the Sino-Japanese War, the first one, ish, the 1890s one. And then when they did the Russo-Japanese War, they basically all had these harbor attacks at the very start. So,
Oh my god, okay. Cypher Trick says, you guys share a house. So not technically a house, but we're in the same streaming room right now. Can you pat Robin's hair down?
No,
Kristen
his
says no.
microphone is holy.
although
Like technically he could, but he may lose his hand if he tries.
although I do owe you a present from Jacob.
What?
Jakob, sorry.
Oh yes, that's an internal joke.
Because apparently he told me to punch him.
Okay, so he can punch me. So physically he's right next to me.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know.
So,
yes, he could pat my hair down, but he will lose his arm if he tries.
yes.
It's a joke, unfortunately.
Okay, so I have the list of winners open.
Yes.
I'm just gonna get all of the names, throw it in a randomizer. Random.org. So the first tier 4 premium ships, was it right?
Yes.
Yep.
2 times. 2 winners.
Okay. Random list randomizer. Put everything in here. Randomize.
Oh boy. It's getting
Okay, I
randomized.
got an email address, but since we are not at liberty to
if
share
you-
that, let me share the username. So there are 2 different ones.
For clarification, if you enter the giveaway, you are entered into the bingo giveaway as well.
Yeah,
So it's,
Yeah.
it's the same thing.
Yeah.
So don't worry about that menacing.
exactly. Entering the giveaway also puts you in
So
bingo
the
list.
first winner name is Evil Hobo 09.
Evil Hobo 09.
I'm gonna write this down right away.
If you're present on the stream, Evil Hobo 09, give us a shout out.
Okay.
Just say, hey, I'm here.
Tier 4 winner.
Well,
Bingo. By the way, you can
so
continue play.
so the whole like Royal Navy being the strongest navy thing is true on a global scale. In local areas, though, so like say just the Mediterranean or just the North Atlantic, oftentimes the Royal Navy is not the largest navy. So whenever you look at it from a small portion point of view, a lot of the times the Royal Navy is outnumbered.
Yeah, there he is, Evil Hobo, on YouTube.
Hey, there you go.
Okay.
And the second one is ASIP1. You spell it AASIPH1. So
Where are you,
ASIP.
AA Sid?
Where are you, ASIP?
I mean, Christian,
Yes. Huh?
tier 4 ship, or like tier 4 premium ship, but do we have any specifics? Or is it just
Any tier 4 premium ship that is available in game for doubloons.
Yeah, but is it randomized? Like, do
No,
we...
you can-
By the choice.
Oh. And how do we get his choice?
True.
How do we get his choice?
Well,
That's the
Evil
question.
Hobo, since you're in the chat, what ship do you want?
My God.
Otherwise, I'm just gonna take a look at your account and give you the most precious one that I think. Like if you're missing, for example, a Giulio Cesare, or
Yeah.
you're
Or-
a battleship commander, or I see that you have a lot of cruisers in your port, I will choose it for you.
Just remember, available in the premium shop currently, so no kamikazes.
Yes. Well, I guess, Robin, you can sit down again, and I have the list open. I have the randomized list open. You can just press random again, and you will see in the chat how I did it with Vince Blips. I just,
I mean, we can always take care of it on the next bingo, because we still need 5 more crosses. So
yeah. No, but I mean, we can also do like the first
He
5
said
crate
Julio-
winners.
Evil Hobo said Julio Cesare.
Giulio
Sorry,
Cesare.
Julio Cesare. It's just Cesare.
Cesare.
There's
Okay.
no emphasis on the ah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Apparently.
It just
So
sounds more Italian
It
somehow.
sounds very, very
Okay.
Giulio Cesare.
Is an excellent response.
Beautiful.
Or Cesare.
Did we see ASIF one in the chat? ASIF, congratulations for winning a tier for premiership. If you're in the chat, please give us a shout out by saying hello,
And
hi, or
now, since we
anything like
have
that.
anyways a lot of time, to the, oh my god, like, I'm not kidding, I'm gonna take the next okay, we have 13 crates, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna take the next 5 winners
Okay.
for our, so it's basically on the list 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 3 to 7. I need to get out the.
Oh, I see on
1,
YouTube
2,
Asif
3.
Hamid. I think that's
both,
you.
yeah, both winners want the good old GC.
Oh, Asif Hamid also wants a GC.
Yep.
Nice. Well, here we go. Yes, here Asif. Hello. Okay, well, I got you on YouTube, Asif. Congratulations.
Nice. It's good that those are here.
A double Julio.
Okay, so now for the winner, because I need to get those usernames first. Man, that mouse pad is horrible.
It's okay.
Oh, yeah, the trackpad is not great on it.
It's horrible from this laptop. So this is this name. Give me like 2 more seconds.
We can
I will
wait.
Have it. And I need this name. Because sometimes I get the console because we ask for the console and for the email address and for the username. So you get different responses. But now I have it.
How about we switch to our normal positions?
But
Yeah, hold on.
And if you feel confident for the giveaway blip, you can.
No, it's otherwise I need to change the overlay again. But if you want to play again, then we can do that. So the first winner of the crates is Ghost Killer 11. Then we have Snuffologus. That's a very known name because you know, he is in our super test, not biased, not rigged because it's a randomized list. Then we have B Cunningham, Gabbage Pool, and GRM Navy Proud.
Okay.
Those are the 5 first winners. And now I go back to the place and Robin can sit down again.
All right, beautiful.
And I was asked if there's any special details on the Indianapolis. So I guess the fun fact that most people know about Indianapolis is that it was used to deliver the core for the nuclear bomb Little Boy. From Pearl Harbor to Tulagi, if I remember right. And it was sunk en route to basically its unit afterwards. But the other thing is that originally they wanted to change the Indianapolis into a New Orleans class cruiser, but they couldn't because it was being constructed at a private dockyard, and the contract would not allow them to change it. So, without excessive costs.
Well, if we wouldn't have had it scrapped off the bingo, now we would have that Prince Blip is correcting an historical fact.
Well, I'm not correcting. I'm just answering a question.
Yeah, we will have 7 more winners.
We will have more winners later.
Pikachu,
We're not
we will
giving
have
all-
7 more winners, and the stream is going for another 1.5 hours. So
So 7 more winners for the 13 crates, but we still have 6 winners for the potential bingo.
yes.
So yeah, that's even more wins, potential wins. Let's say.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Let's do another game here. What? Oh yes, it is. Final boss's turn to pick what we're playing.
No, otherwise you would pick Oleg. I don't want to play Oleg.
Are
Well,
you
there's
sure
still
about
some challenges we need to
I
complete,
mean,
guys.
It be like that.
We can't shy away from them.
that? Indulge the man on his birthday.
Exactly.
Okay, true. Let's play triple Oleg.
actually, on
Triple
that
Oleg
note,
is-
I've had messages pour into Xbox.
Plus,
Live
plus
this
that's the
generation.
only way you guys are gonna top the score.
So many people have messaged me.
Sorry.
Birthday wishes.
It was a low blow.
You know, thank you to everyone who has. I
Putless, I've
appreciate
seen
it.
your question a few
Hold on.
times. Are they going to decrease
Final
the...
is talking as well. You need to put on the headphones,
I'm
please.
sorry, Connor.
I still get it.
Don't worry, Final. Robin is not ignoring you. He just didn't have the headphones on.
No, it's totally fine. That's just
So-
Just trying to say through the duration of the stream, my Xbox Live notifications have been bombing out from just messages from people wishing happy birthday and other things. So
Nice.
I appreciate you all. Thank you very much. Hope you all enjoy your Friday.
Well, it only happens once a year, so that's not. Yes, thank you, Captain Obvious.
So
I saw a question, sorry, from Footlist that I want to answer real quick. Are they going to decrease the reload time on the Kansas? There's no plans for it. We're keeping an eye on ship's balance and changing stuff accordingly, but Kansas doesn't
You need to start.
need any buffs on the reload just yet.
If you count down this OLEG game, you can probably get a bunch of stream snipers in here.
Doesn't matter. It's an OLEG game. I could not care less about tier 2.
So let's do a countdown.
10, 9, 8, 7, 5, 12,
24,
3,
7,
1.
8.
2,
12.
1, 0.
Let's go.
Horrible. Absolutely horrible.
And just that you remember, guys, the OLEG will surely never gonna give you up.
It's never going to let you down.
Yeah. And it's here to hurt others.
All day, dude. All
I
day.
know.
People have been getting
Look,
me with it.
look. Final boss.
No missions,
You're
you
not
don't get an
stranger to
email if you
love,
want.
right?
I'm
You know the
not-
rules.
I'm
and
not
so
sure
do
about
I.
the rest of the world, but in the UK, when it's someone's birthday, you just get punched in the arm for every year.
Hey, Makitango on
I
our
mean, we
side.
can't physically punch you in the arm, unfortunately.
So,
I'd
So
rather-
that's
I'd
why we're
rather
just rickrolling.
Gigs
So-
compared to the Rick Rolls.
So we're just rickrolling you.
for context, the first thing that I did when I got to the office was send Final Boss a link. And that
I
link
woke up to
was
this
the,
link. Can I point
was
out?
the duck Rickroll,
Oh,
and
God.
I got him
You
for the
got
third
him.
day in a row because we have also got him on Thursday and on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Well, rather, Chris got them on Thursday and Wednesday.
Yeah. Let me.
It
Well,
do be like that.
Menacing Coyote, if you don't remember this map, it means you haven't been playing low tier for a long, long time.
This is a map I've not heard of.
This is one of the
in a
first
long
map every
time.
player that start the game has to go through. It's like Island, it's like probably the oldest and first ever map created for both titles of Warships.
Yeah, this is the map that I first played on in general
Yep.
in World of Warships. We've got Maki Tango and Jaws with us. Those are two names that I recognize. And I'm sure we got some others in here with us.
There were codes earlier. Oh yes, Christian, would you be able to showcase the 2 codes that people can redeem today?
Yes.
Look at that.
Look at that,
At the
Fishy.
same time as well. I do believe my microphone got disabled though. No?
No, it's not.
Okay, my bad.
Look at all these legs.
Look at all these OLEGs indeed.
Look at all these chickens.
But these are the code and you can, oh my bad, and you can redeem them.
Watch out, Chris.
I'll
No,
send you these
that's
for
fine.
redeemer.
Let's focus fire on this guy.
Middle one.
Yes.
Okay.
God, Blip, your laptop is probably one of the worst laptops I've used. The Discord server icons do not show. Is this not?
Oh yeah, that's just a Wi-Fi thing, I think.
Ah, Christ.
Like it's normally not that bad.
Is he beaching? No.
Just keep in mind that the codes are still floating around.
Goldberg over here.
We got a badass over here. Next to find. We should stick together, guys.
Yo.
Oh,
Remember, guys, you have the goal. You have the goal to kill boss.
I know.
Yes.
I know they're not
Boss
getting
needs
me.
the final boss needs to die first.
well, does he need to die first from us 3 or to die first in general?
In general,
Oh. Shio's out of position. Let's get him.
I think
Alright, then Bismarck.
nothing.
You
Blip
did a
is
mistake
on the
here,
half
my
side.
friend. Bum 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 bum.
Oh no, I'm on fire. This might be it for me.
Oh wow. Meanwhile, the enemy team is getting ruined. How do we
Meanwhile,
enter? Look at it.
1 hour later.
I will share the giveaway link. Unfortunately, I cannot find it because.
Yeah, hold on, guys. I'm gonna
Blitz
give it
PC is
give
a
it to you in a
mess.
second.
Blitz PC is a bit of a mess. So I'm having a hard time finding it.
It is a mess through no fault of my own.
A mess when you're not used to it.
No.
There aren't enough OLEGs in this match. There's never enough OLEG. That's the thing. One does not simply have enough OLEG. Ah, did you get a flesh wound, babe?
I did. Most of this.
Nice.
It's just a flesh wound. Oleg is a very good-looking ship. I understand the fascination.
There you go.
Alright. I think you guys had time to see what code were available. So we'll showcase them again another time. they've been floating around the screen for the last 7 minutes.
I think they're floating around the Facebook community as well. Spread
Oh,
on
are they?
wildfire. The OLEGs are coming.
It is a blackout bingo, not a traditional bingo. Indeed, the bingo doesn't follow the specific bingo rules.
Yep.
It's more like how many stuff can we cross out before the end of the stream, which, considering it still has about an hour and 50 minutes to go. So
You mean the nation that pioneered naval aviation is the United States, because they launched the first aircraft off of the cruiser USS Birmingham.
are you gonna go for a ram,
Whatever it's
Chris?
Birmingham.
I'm not planning on going for a ram, but apparently Jai is.
Ramming speed.
No, he's not ramming. He's a nice bloke.
Nice. He's running the OLEG flag as well, if you paid attention. Christian.
Yes!
Nice.
Close
Oh,
call,
the
next
comeback! Beautiful.
Yeah,
Oleg
For the
coming out.
cause, Jayo, for the
Absolutely.
cause.
Unfortunately, the screen wasn't focused on you. It was
Oh, yeah,
blip
it says-
spectating you.
I was too busy looking at chat.
Hold
Yeah.
on, but I can prove it here. There is the close quarter
Nice.
expert as an Oleg. Okay?
Very nice.
So the story of Oleg begins in the western side of Russia. If I remember right, in the Baltic Sea, probably at St. Petersburg. I'm not entirely sure, but that would be the fair guess. It is a Bogatyr class cruiser, and basically it was commissioned and immediately got sent to go fight Japan. So it was part of the 2nd Pacific Squadron that sailed 18,000 miles around Europe, around Africa, over to the Straits of Tsushima, and participated in that battle, and did not get sunk in the battle, and managed to escape.
Did you?
I'll just send the giveaway link again. Don't worry about me.
Open it.
What? Oh no. No, it is the right link, is it?
Is it?
Yeah, it is the right link. Oh no, it's not.
No, I clicked it. It's a Rickroll.
And he's been gotten again.
Got him. So also, I just saw someone in the chat and asking where the crates are. Do you see us streaming here right now? Like, we cannot give you the crates. We cannot give you the crates when we are streaming at the moment.
I like how I whatever. I accidentally rickrolled the entire chat, myself included.
Because I rickrolled him earlier.
Final boss
And
again.
you didn't even know about the rickroll.
No, I copied the link from.
Me.
The link.
And
I copied it from who?
Me?
Oh no, no. Oh, that's
God,
unfortunate.
Honestly, he gets me every time. I don't know how.
You
he
know,
does it.
Christian, that
I
actually crosses the
I
backstab.
suspected there was
Hold
going
on,
something
Lane,
with the
Lane.
laptop.
That actually crosses the backstab. That crosses
shit,
the
yeah.
backstab. I'm
That
sorry.
crosses-
That crosses the
That crosses
backstab
the
big time.
backstab big time.
True. True.
Oh my god.
Okay.
That's okay. Well done. Well done. And Blip shrugged.
I did shrug.
Yes, you
Yep,
did.
marked that off.
Already. So
Man, we are nailing this bingo right now.
Now I just need to get devastated. But I think
Okay,
it might
so
be time to
can you
go.
guys please share the true link for the giveaway, because some people have been asking for
yeah,
it
true.
for a long
I
time
should,
now.
I should. I should.
and they've only been rickrolled.
I should like actually share the right one.
Boss, I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry at the same time.
So the bingo one to get 2 defeats in a row. We've actually not lost a single game.
No, we haven't. We haven't yet.
So in order to change that pace around, I think me and Robin should switch again.
We should, yeah, why not?
Nah, Blitz still needs to get devastated.
Okay. Then this calls for.
Wait, I mean,
another hard game.
I can maybe be the Joker because I got devastated.
Fair
Which
enough.
usually never.
I mean,
It's like a
guys,
blip.
I don't think we can complete all 25 of them, but if we can get
you
to
have
at
to,
least,
you have to believe.
if we can at least get the 20 rewards, it'll be fantastic. How much do we have right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right, 13. So 2 more to go, and we can have the second part of the rewards, which is very nice.
I think this calls for an Omaha game.
Yes. It's
Where
your
all the
specifically
four.
me and an Omaha.
snipers?
Say again, boss.
I said, where are all the stream snipers? I've not been killed yet.
I think they're
expected to be
asleep.
running from them all stream.
You guys need to get him first. Come on, guys.
Deep Games, we've already announced 5 winners for the 13 crates, so there's technically only 7 winners left, which we'll announce progressively throughout the stream as well. I guess every time we do a bingo giveaway, we'll get a few winners for the crates as well. So.
Final, choose a ship. Come on.
Oktyabrskaya Revolucja.
Oktyabrskaya Revolucja.
It's taking me a hot minute. Hold on. I had all my ship.
Oh, yes. There's an idea. Remove the camo.
Christian,
Huh?
don't be angry.
You took away my joke. I wanted to go into a battle and say like, oh no, I forgot the camo. What an accident. How can this
Oh.
happen?
No. I'm saying remove my camo so that I get devastated.
Oh,
What?
why? Why
Because
does
the
that
goal
make
is to
sense?
get me devastated.
Oh, because there is additional dispersion buff on the camo. I thought because
Big
of the no camo on the bingo.
Oh.
Because we have another no camo on the bingo. Then why do I have to play without camo? God damn
You
it.
have done this to yourself.
Man.
All right.
So let's add the no camo.
You turned her against
It's
me.
right there. Here we go.
have
You
done
found
that
it.
yourself.
You have done this to yourself.
I will bring peace, freedom, security to my new empire.
I mean, we've made very good progress on this one. Now we need to get the same map twice in a row.
So can we make it maybe that either he gets devastated or I? Okay, so you just need to sail a little bit more broadside.
Yeah, I'm going to go to the right so that I present a nice, juicy target.
I like how you guys are purposefully killing yourself for the sake of giveaway, which is nice. Chat, can we get some love for Blip and Christian?
I'm
Sorry,
doing this on
Tinker
your
Beast,
account.
but that statement is an absolute lie. We never said carriers are not gonna come.
Okay, different topics entirely.
Yep.
Sorry,
Sorry.
I just, you know. So,
14 crosses you for getting the free space. Does the free space count automatically? I don't think
Yes,
it does.
it does.
Oh, it does count. So we're currently at 14. Good.
At least in the American rules of bingo, the middle square is a free space and always
Yup.
counts.
So we are at 15 right now.
I'm
If
spotted.
the middle space counts, we're technically at 15 total right now.
Ishmael, that's a pair of Ishmaels. I'm not happy with this situation.
Oh,
That is
the Mayhem Newbreaker. I just saw him in the chat.
36-14.
Oh no, he's rushing me. No.
Wait, the Mahan's rushing you?
Yeah, and I think it's someone in our
Well,
stream.
you may die first. That would be
stream
so
sniper's rushing
that would
me.
be so
No.
unfortunate.
Rush him.
That would be so unfortunate if final boss died first.
Do it.
Dude, he's beelining it straight for me. Oh no. Hang
Take
on.
your shot. I was about to say.
No, I wanted to wait. Like, why?
Oh,
Oh, he's going
no,
down.
that's still on target. It is still on target.
I'm not sure what this Mahan thinks.
I don't know.
I'm not
Oh.
sure either.
It was close.
What did you do, Blip?
Oh, you cannot be devastated anymore.
Yeah,
Blip.
it's over.
Nope.
Mm.
Close, but no cigar.
Well, goodbye, Mayhem. There has been an attempt.
Hey, I got the first blood.
Let's set some fire on this Ismail, should we? Give me a triple fire, come on. One hit.
Apparently,
Is this Ismail gonna beach himself? No.
Connor, apparently a shell bounced off your funnel.
Ouch, that was one citadel.
But Coyote, it was probably a Mahan shell, and it can bounce on superstructure at an angle with AP. So I think yes, I think a Mahan AP shell bounced on your funnel. Yes, that's what happened, I believe. Man, I'm really sorry. This coughing is really hard to control.
What is going on with ships that rush in?
It's Legends. Just
He's waiting.
hashtag
I'm not
just
turning.
Legends things.
Like, if he wants to eat torpedoes, please be my guest.
At
eat
this angle,
torpedoes.
Christian, you can Citadel him, trust me. The first is mile.
I'm just gonna wait for him to get
I'm gonna go for the
absolutely
secondary
new.
I can probably actually get the torpedoes off from this point.
So much for I can surely citadel him. I can mute you if you need to cuff.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm just removing the microphone every time. I'm sorry, chat, if you're hearing this.
Hey, let's go. Uh-oh.
When do we get Jingles as a captain? I don't think we will for Legends, because he
Why?
is a PC CC. Not
Yeah,
a
he
Legends
has
CC.
absolutely nothing to do with Legends.
Exactly. Ooh, close enough.
Have another turret! But there's another.
Will this be enough?
Totally down to
I think
see
it's healing.
a
Nice.
happy birthday Prince Philip gift as a commander, though.
Oh god.
With the wine and the rose. I'd be happy to see him as an American commander.
Robin with the casual, it's Legends. Well, yes. Legends players are gonna push much more aggressively than PC players ever do.
Man, can you just leave me alone, please?
Which is why I highly enjoy the action in Legends, because players are not afraid to push and actually try to do some... You know, like, losing your ship is not that much of a hassle in my book when I play Legends, you know. So that's why I say it so casually.
To be perfectly honest with you, I think my preferable thing with Legends in comparison to the PC is the cameras, how everything's much lower and the ships feel like they're bigger in size and everything's from like a lower point of view, where I find I'm playing PC, I have quite a zoomed out view with a more of like a bird's eye view on the battle that's going on.
Oh my
what you
god,
mean.
the Phoenix is
I see
slow.
what you mean.
Oh.
Christian, you need to let Stalin guide your shells. You don't need
I'm
to
just
aim.
gonna switch to Blip because it's like my most horrible game ever on this ship. Ugh. Yeah, turn in, Nevada. Come on, let me devastate you.
He's gonna shoot at me again. Let's see if I can dodge. Nope.
Oh.
He got me.
Aww.
Switch back.
I got never picked as a winner. Well, there are 500 entries in the giveaway, so the chance of getting picked is
since we've
pretty
reached
low.
15 on the bingo, let me select
The random list is still open.
random list is still open. Yes, I have it right there. The only thing is, how did you make screenshots, by the way?
No, so if you have the names in the random list, sometimes you get an email and the console, and then you have to go to the Excel file and search for the email, because we cannot, of course, announce the email, you know.
Of course, yes.
And if you go to the Excel file, you can just copy the 2 lines and paste it in the
Oh,
Discord
with
chat.
the automatic. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my. Now
Will
I
we get
understand.
Tikan as a captain? You don't want that. Come on, guys.
Now I understand the horrible
Do you want to have a salty BP commander screaming at you for not hitting the target? I don't think so.
Bingo.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Hey, better, you potato! How did you miss that?
Hit the potato. Blip, why is your trackpad so bad?
It's not my fault.
It is.
Well, you can announce that. Oh my god, that poor Nevada. That's some torpedoes he has to dodge. Oh no, they're
I don't
running.
know the 2 winners at the end of the game right there.
Do you want to announce the 2?
I can do it now, so it gives them time to select the ships they want to be invoiced. So for the bingo, now that we have 15 cases crossed, the winner number 1 for a tier 5 premium ship is going to be 84 West. So 80, like pronounced 80 with letters, 4 as a number, and West. So 84 West. Nice job. You just won a tier 5 premium ship. Now you have to decide which one you want out of all the ones available in the premium shop as of today. The second winner, going to be quite interesting to pronounce.
Zifra 777Z.
Here we go.
Or Z.
Yeah,
Robin,
Zebra 777Z.
At which tier, Robin?
Tier 5.
Tier
Good
5.
there. Yeah, tier 5. I've said that at the beginning. So yeah, 84 West and Zebra.
Ah, there he is. 84 West. He's actually in the chat at 84 West.
Nice.
Which ship do you want?
Yeah,
Tier 5.
premium ship.
Yeah.
Shoot it. And then Zebra as well, if you can give us a shout out and tell us in the chat which ship you want at tier 5 premium, we'll get you sorted.
So which tier 5 ship that is available for doubloons do you want? Again, if you guys don't tell us or if you have no idea, we just take a look at your account and see what ships you play or which you have most in the in your port.
Yeah, that's not a bad game, Noah. I'll take that.
I had a horrible game, man. That was absolute garbage.
I think this is the only time I'm ever going to see you at the bottom of the leaderboard, Chris.
Yeah, but I don't like the Oktyabrsskaya. Should have played Imperator Nikolai.
All right,
Much better.
Let me check the chat to see if I can see these guys answering with their response on which ships they want.
Who was the winner? The second winner was Zifra 777Z, but Zifra is being spelled with a Z-Y-V-R-A. So it's Zifra 777Z.
That is a good question. Robin,
I don't want to answer the discussion.
Robin, why?
Look, sometimes I do stats checks, and to get the stock value,
Oh.
you need to put a command that doesn't.
Yeah,
reflect the stats.
that's a good excuse. You
So,
learned that before.
Yeah, sometimes when I want to go back to a raw ship stat, like stock ship stat,
Yeah.
I just put a command that doesn't have anything to do
Yeah.
with the ship.
It's when he's drunk and he wants to play Legends.
Yeah, like the only good games I get when I play Legends is when I'm drunk.
Yeah, he has this kind of kink where he wants to play bad ships with extremely bad commanders, so he has the worst experience possible.
Yeah.
So he can just sit there and it's like, okay, never mind,
So,
I'm not gonna do
so
that.
I can get better.
He needs to know himself.
Oh, look at that bad dispersion.
All right, I don't see any answer on a tier 5 ship from
84 West.
yeah, 84 West. Please,
Dude,
come on, give us.
Come on, I've just seen you in the chat.
Maybe he's just checking the console to see what he doesn't have and what he does have. So we can wait a little bit. What I will do though is that I think I'll take back the place of Blip for a few more games.
YouTube.
This
No,
game
he
or
still
the
needs
other
to get devastated.
Yeah.
one. Oh God, right.
Why didn't you just play Champagne?
Leona.
Just go Emerald, mate.
He just said Leona.
I can back out.
So, Leona.
Who is playing
84 West said Leona.
Oh, Leone.
Oh,
Nice.
it's a Leone.
Yeah,
Alright,
can you
not
write
bad.
it down
Alright,
in
alright.
the
Let
Discord?
me write this down.
Nice. Okay, good.
Ah, a man of quality.
That's actually a very good choice.
He's a man of focus, commitment, and sheer will.
And Zivra didn't make himself
No,
known, so
no. Pick a new one.
unfortunately, here we go.
Pick a new one.
I can pick a new one?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Alright, so
Sorry, Zifra, but if you're not here,
if you're not here.
it is something that's supposed for the people who actually
Yeah.
take part and are here.
Alright, so give me a second. The winner that replaces. Oh, that's. Okay, that's actually fun. That's a fun one. The winner for the second Tier 5 Premiership is going to be Tier 3 Nassau. That's
Nice.
I'm sorry.
Are you here, Tier 3 Nassau?
Yes, so Tier 3 Nassau, so 3 Nassau. Please make yourself known on Twitch or YouTube and tell us which Premium Tier 5 ships you wish to have. And we'll get
By the
to
way,
it.
if somebody of you wants to play ZF6, somebody in the chat was asking if we can play it.
Guys, you
get
need to do the
devastated
challenge.
with
You've only done 3 challenges so
torpedo.
far.
It's true.
I would
This
only-
man is saying he can't get devastated in a ZF6. I think you underestimate his power.
You underestimate.
Say again, boss.
I said I can run a ZF6 then, it's fine.
Okay.
But you guys have to remember, we need to complete 5 challenges. We've already done 3 so far. Well,
What can I get devastated in easiest?
let me
I just
see.
need.
We
I just
still
need to
have
be the
some
first to
time.
Die. We need the stream
Yeah.
snipers to come in and
3.
do pull their work.
Yeah. I don't see Tier 3 Nassau. I actually see you. I actually see you on YouTube.
Where?
On the YouTube chat. Technically, I won OLEG from
Ah,
the
here he is.
campaign. Yes. Just tell us which Tier 5 ships you want.
Yeah, you get a Tier 5 ship.
You just won that. Been lurking all morning at work. Well, now you get to choose a Tier 5 premium ship, buddy.
Yeah. Be lurking all that morning at work. Ah, good boy. What premium ship do you want? You won. You
Yep.
can choose any Tier 5 premium ship that you don't have and that is available in game for doubloons.
Yeah.
If you don't know, we will just check your account and give you a ship that we think is appropriate. We don't.
Shenanigans.
It's not available.
Not
Well,
available.
technically it
There's
is.
half of the Missouri Pikachu.
Nah, let's exclude Shenanigans for now. London.
London.
is available.
All right, that is available.
Okay.
Write it down.
London it is then.
London it
Congratulations.
is.
All right, all done.
London. Da, 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 da.
Well done.
London calling.
London calling. Let's go to the left. Let's go to the left. Left. Get it to the right. The Shinonome is only available in the current Summerfest, like in the web event in our collection, because you can get a Tier 5 premium container if you already have all the Tier 5 premium ships. Then you get that guaranteed. But otherwise, it's exclusive only in the Tier 5 premium crate.
Yeah, exactly.
Know the drill, full broadside.
So basically, since
never go full
since that Tier 5 crate has reroll mechanics within, if you have every single Tier 5 premium in the game, you are guaranteed to get Shenanigans. Otherwise, you get a Tier 5 ship that you do not have. In all cases. You okay, Christian?
I don't like seeing a Georgia, I'm sorry.
Uh-oh.
But he's stationary. I think if I shoot, he's gonna start moving, but let me try.
Why do I have AP loaded?
Oh, is he reversing? He's reversing.
Final boss, please go YOLO.
Yes, you need to die first, boss.
Alright, I'll rush in. It's a Wichita though.
Is there a Wichita?
Yeah.
Boss.
Oh man,
Hey, boss.
why? Hey
Just go full speed. Your goal is to torpedo that with that witch that boss. Okay, so just go for it. And then you can potentially die to the Georgia, but time is... Oh, that's double fire. But I think we already crossed that one.
Oh, there's another Georgia. I am in danger.
Oh, bro.
Okay, before you die, can you set a smoke screen for Blip then?
Yeah, he needs to get
Get it.
devastated anyways.
Yeah, I'm trying to get devastated.
Well, you need to show more broadside for that. Heal!
Georgia.
Yeah, perfect.
Georgia, why?
Georgia.
I'm giving you the shot.
Yes, you won, Nassau! You're probably realizing it now. You won a Tier 5 premium ship. You won the London. Because we pulled your name from the bingo rewards since we reached 15 crosses on the bingo.
Hey, bro.
And your name was pulled. And you just won the London.
Hey, bro.
You just won the London, mate. So yes, you won. I love how Nassau was so clueless and then he's like, wait,
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Blip, come on. You can't get devastated anymore now.
Unless I heal.
No, don't kill the Georgia. Nice, yes, Blip. Boss died first.
Is he gonna get
Yeah,
stationary?
if you heal, you potentially steal.
Let me live, and I will heal.
Oh no. I think this contest is about to get ruined. Oh, please.
I'm disappointed. My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined.
Valid question. You forgot.
No, Georgia, no.
Yeah, that's raw.
No.
Is he gonna burn down?
Okay, guys, let's say any staff gets devastated. It doesn't have to be Blip.
Yeah.
Let's
So
let's
then
ease up the
let's count
requirements.
mine.
Yes, let's ease
Oh,
up
you've
the
already been
requirements on this
devastated?
one.
Yeah, in my Paolo.
Okay. Oh yes, that's right. So we already have it.
Oh, so we can cross it out.
The one time you actually want to get dev struck, you seem to be impervious to it. I wish you had that look all the time.
Exactly.
I just need to casually play the champagne.
Yeah, and wait for Yamato to slap you in the face.
Both the devastating strikes that like we've memed recently have been against Yamato. So
Boss, you have Rogue PLC that shouts "Happy Birthday, Final Boss" in YouTube chat. I think he just realized it was your birthday today.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my Discord and my Xbox messages are still going off even now. So to those who have missed it before,
oh,
I really appreciate all the messages and all the love, guys. You know, great one.
Can I get a gift from you guys? Champion panel, you have to, your name has to get pulled
Why
into
am
the
I
giveaway.
spotted?
Your name has to get pulled into the giveaway in order to win something.
I mean, we have.
Man, I
given
wanted
it
to
everyone.
sneak up on that
We
charger.
have the OLEG and the OLEG flag.
Yep.
Which I'm sure the boys can put the codes on the screen at some point.
Yep. Christian is here with a quick reaction, as usual.
Come on, Wichita. Show me your nose. Let me poke you.
Right, you can overmatch, which is.
Yeah.
How does the Kansas feel so far? Oh my, that's
my.
nah. That's that's still 15,000 damage.
It hurt.
It does.
she do hit like a truck.
Well, she's a truck.
Final boss turns
True.
98 today. Why?
So does that mean if a Kansas rams something, does that mean that it just isekais whatever it hits?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh, come on, Massachusetts. Don't ruin my fun. Of course he's shooting me.
Am I off from holidays? Yes, I came back from holiday 2 days ago. So I am now back on social media to answer all of you guys' questions or
Man.
anything.
Screw you, Wichita.
It's okay. She'll die eventually.
If the Alabama actually is firing.
I don't think she has an angle on the Alabama
Triple fire.
Wichita, man. Just finish her with your front guns, dude.
No.
She'll just do a lot of damage to you. Like, you don't want to let a Wichita farm you like that.
No, but this Massachusetts angle is just juicy. Is he reversing?
Yeah.
God damn it! What is going on today?
I think she's gonna run.
No, she's not gonna.
Oh, she will try. She's on low HP.
But that Alabama should actually.
She just shoot. She just
I
took
will
a
do
shot.
what I must. You will try.
No. Yeah, she will run.
Wichita's about to get isekai.
Except if we get a nice
Oh,
job.
Alabama with the save.
You have to believe, you know.
Yes.
You have to trust your friends.
I just have a hard time putting my ship's life into teammates' hands. That's
But
what
actually, I'm
hard.
dead. I'm burning down.
No, you're on 12k. You should
I'm
be able
burning
to
down.
survive.
I'm 100% burning down.
With 30 seconds left, you may. Yes.
Chris, if you
Actually-
can live just a little longer, you'll get the.
Never mind.
Ah, the game's over.
Still need the team depends on you. One of us needs to be
Alright.
last one alive.
Actually, I was the last one alive.
Wait,
Yeah, I was the last one alive.
No way!
Yeah, I was the last one alive, and the game ended. So
Alright! Well, that's one more cross.
that's one more cross.
Did we hear the message? Like, you're the last one live, or you're the
I
last one?
think so because I mean the battle ended, and
That counts. It does count.
Team depends upon
I
you.
just love how we are actually nailing.
Accidentally, completely potatoed.
We are nailing this bingo. All right.
All right. I think it's time to swap places.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Wait,
I'm going to steal the throne back. I'm sorry.
If you want to get the chair back, I'll happily give it back to you.
so we lost. We need to have another lose.
Look, at the pace at which we are completing these challenges, I'm pretty certain we'll at least get the 20 rewards fairly soon.
Can good potato? Yummy, good potato.
All right, Lane.
All right. We're going to swap.
This is yours. It's the don't get. So how many do we have right now, bingo-wise? Oh, hi.
Oh.
Whoa, what was that?
Did you add it to the
I basically
bingo?
swapped you around, and I just need to.
Say again, boss.
Everyone's saying that I died first. Did you
Also,
add it to the
Final
bingo?
died first, so you
Yeah,
can
you did.
check that off of the bingo as well.
Right, boss died first. We need to cross this one as well when you're done fixing my fantastic screen. Thank you. If it wasn't for T-Connor, this stream would not be the same.
There
Have
we
we
go.
completed the no camo challenge? I don't think we have. But
Yes, I did.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Hmm.
It's already completed as well.
It's like the meme. You did. All right. So we need to cross. We need to cross. Boss dies first, and that's it. Guys, we are getting really close. How many do we have right now? 4.
12, 4,
9.
6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17.
18 because the center.
18. Yeah, 18.
So 2 more crosses and we have the
Right.
20 winners.
The man with the knowledge.
It's
All right.
not a Rick
I-
roll. Check what I just sent you, Chris. I just got that from Mr. Reaper. He said, "Happy birthday, a present for you."
I will not open that message.
It's not. It's an image. And it's not a Rick roll.
Yes, and it's probably some kind of Rickroll image.
Christian, I think it's time for a challenge.
It's a Yu-Gi-Oh card that says "Unrick Roll."
So you sent me an Rickroll.
It's
Okay, I'm
it's the
gonna-
cure for Rickroll.
It's like a counter Rick roll.
Guys, I think we're about to do something very interesting, which is a full secondary August von Parseval with a 2 full smoke build lightnings. Boss, do you have the lightning?
I think I do. I should
Oh,
do.
you must have it.
Yeah.
So, what do I need to wait?
Perfect.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna put this in, so I'm not gonna be spotted.
I mean, my build for lightning is already full
So
smoke.
particle secondaries are not very good, but they do exist.
Yeah, I have 8 smokes. The reload time is 37 seconds, and the smoke screen is 42 seconds. So I am definitely a full smoke build lightning. The commander build for this is full. Yeah, okay. Subsurface Venture, Fragile Threat. I can actually go look at me now. I don't need that.
So I have Franz von Hipper for the range. I have Barrage, and I guess I'm gonna take. Hold on. Oh, I don't have any of the.
Let me get that. There we go. That's my final build. If you've seen Blip's position, you can understand how comfortable these chairs are.
It's perfect for like the Skyrim throne sit, like where like how like all the
Yeah. Wait.
all the
Oh.
castle lords sit.
Hold on. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
What's going on? Celiax as commander.
No, Haruna. I forgot Haruna. Thank you guys for remembering.
Right.
Thank you, Gav, for remembering.
You can filter the commanders now, yeah. This
No.
Look,
Really?
look. I went into holidays the day after the update dropped.
Came
so
back and everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked.
I did not have time to enjoy all the quality of life improvements you guys had. All right, so let me catch up slowly but surely.
But it's only 5.9 kilometer for secondary range. What am I doing wrong?
Modules?
Wait, do I need to... Oh, wait a second.
Here we go.
No. Oh, no.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Yes.
I hate you guys so
Yes,
much.
A battleship commander on a CV. Yes.
Oh, no. I hate you
Yes,
guys so
Christian.
much.
Yes. All secondary build August 1 possible.
Should I...
Honestly, for CVs, just go. Yes. You don't need that.
I don't need that.
Yeah.
Ah.
Just go proper team elect. Yeah, here we go.
I mean, if we're already at it. Do it for the meme.
I mean, it is a challenge. We have to respect it. The goal is not to win the game or perform. It's try to complete the challenge. There's no completion criteria, but we have to do it. You should have said egg. You can still switch Nassau if you want. If you want the egg instead of the London, I believe
Hang
you can
on,
still
Eggle
switch.
isn't available in the store.
It's not available in the store?
Nope, it's
okay.
not.
Well, in that case, you can't have it. My bad. It's only a ship that is available in the premium store for purchase for doubloons currently. So. Okay. At least
6.5. You said 7.5. Somebody in the chat said 7.5. Haruna plus. And I have the secondary range. I have that. I have that.
How about the modules? Did you check the
module already equipped
Hmm.
with the range? Voila.
Interesting. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's a case where the stats don't show up because you need to log out and back in.
Their reload battery time. Oh, wait, but I just equipped him. No, 6.5.
Hmm. You're missing two mods. No, the mods are here. Oh, that one.
I'm potato.
How about the... Yeah, so this one's good. That one's good. That one you can't change. That one's the last. So this should be 7 point.
Yeah, I'm just gonna... I'm potato.
It's okay.
7.8. There we go.
That's
There we go.
that's better.
That's-
Okay.
I hate you guys.
I know, and we love you, Chris. So let's hit it. Don't worry, you'll be safe in our smoke. It's permanent smoke all the time.
Are you 100% sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, I have 40-second dispersion of the smoke with 30
Kid
second,
can't even read.
with 30-second real time on the consumable. So we'll be fine. You just
You
tell
won't
us-
be able to read it as well now.
You just tell us where you want to go, and we'll literally escort you.
Oh, I know where. Suicide Lane.
Suicide lane. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just gonna go half speed or just scout ahead because you won't get spotted. That's for sure.
Well, I have a concealment of 9.4.
Yeah, you should be fine. You should be completely fine.
So,
So
and
final,
since
the goal is to keep Tikana smoked as soon as we engage with enemy ships.
I'm gonna spot ahead with my torpedoes and try to actually.
Sure.
There's nothing saying that you can't use the planes. So
No, of course no. You can definitely use planes. But the goal is to have him push with us and keep him fully smoked. What happened when we hit bingo? If we manage to get the complete bingo cards crossed out, we are giving away 2 Nassaus. That's why your name was a bit funny when I heard it. We will be giving away 2 tier 3 Nassaus.
if we fill out the bingo card.
If we manage to cross all the cards. Which means we need to top the scoreboard, get our 4k base XP, detonate, have the same map twice in a row, get 2 brothers and go through the middle rush, get a epicenter big race, which means we need to play tier 4 ships, and then lose twice in a row. Which, if we lose this game, this will be the twice in a row thingy.
there's nobody coming.
I'm gonna scout ahead. Oh. Okay. Well, you can just go right through Suicide Lane then, and no one will be able to counter you.
He's actually going for me.
Easy now.
Whoopsie, there's Helena.
Whoopsie.
Toasty. Well, he didn't hit me with dive bombs.
Are you going full speed? Yeah, you are going full speed.
Yeah, I am going full speed. It's okay, I will be unspotted in a second.
The goal, boss, is to smoke him when he's actually in danger.
I see a smoke screen. I know where a destroyer is. Na, 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 na.
I'm just gonna scout hard ahead.
What is this? A Lenin. Okay.
I think you're about to hit an island, Chris. You're about to beach.
No, I'm not.
Which one is it? It's a Shokaku. Okay, so I'm not too scared about his torpedoes. He's still coming for you with torpedo bombers.
I'm too close to the island, so he can drop me, but he won't hit me.
I am located too, so we have a cruiser ahead.
Yeah, he completely screwed up. He
Nice.
dropped too close.
He did indeed. Oh, that's the Skulls. Wait, the Skulls has radar, correct?
Yes.
Damn it.
What is that? It's a Benson. What is that?
Let me get the link for you guys so that you can have the giveaway link again. 1 minute.
Oh, I dropped way too far away. I'm sorry. He will dodge that easily. But I will get him with the other
Eat
two.
a torpedo, buddy.
Or he will just get completely obliterated by everything else that is shooting him.
He's radaring right now, so I don't quite care. Here we go.
Yeah. Wah-wah. Just gonna drop them and they can return. Oh,
Is he shooting at you? Are you spotted?
yes,
Oh,
I was
crap.
spotted.
Can you smoke him up, you think?
I'm okay, I'm turning in.
That Skull's gonna die anyway, because I'm just rooting him with
Yep.
AP, so... And he's still flooding from my torpedo.
I'm gonna go here.
Alright. Well... I don't think there's any more threats around here, to be fair.
I don't know.
I think we killed 1, 2, 3...
Well, there is a Lenin still in the middle and an Akizuki.
Right. Well, I'll scout ahead and I can let boss... How much smoke do you have left, boss?
Stallion Dong. What an amazing
What
name
a
that
name.
is.
That is a rough name.
I'll
Alright, let's see if we
have
can...
5 smokes, so I can keep him.
Yeah, okay. I have 6.
I'm just gonna
so-
activate it now to be able
I think we
to
should
fight.
go back to defend the base, actually, dude.
Oh, Akizuki is right next to him.
Yeah, we need to go back and defend the base, guys. We don't have any people to defend it. Can you make that? No, I don't think you can make that
Uh-oh.
turn in time now. It's alright, I'll go and defend the base. You can stay with Tikana if he needs help against the CV, maybe. I don't know. Akizuki can... No, he doesn't have defensive AA. Akizuki does not have defensive
Nope.
AA.
It is a good AA ship, but
Yeah, doesn't have defensive AA. But this guy needs to... Yeah, the Akizuki needs to go. That's for sure.
I think I should not go around that corner.
But we need to go and defend... Oh, it's only us 3, guys,
Yes,
just say.
the bingo giveaway is the same as the regular giveaway. So
It's only us 3 left, I'm just saying.
we'll take the names from both.
Can you slow down to let boss try to catch up with you?
I'm completely stopping.
Nice. I want to see if I can kill this Lenin. But,
Secondary Parsifal.
with torpedoes.
Yeah, because I'm trying, I think, to...
Oh, crap. Here's the Akizuki.
I don't have any torpedo
Can you keep us
speed.
spotted, the Aki?
I can do you one better. I can torp her.
I'm actually shooting at her right now, so...
No, I don't. I do you one better. Why is Akizuki?
Nice, I got her. And I think Lenin's gonna die too because he's taking a bunch of torpedoes.
There you go.
Oh, Lenin's dead. Sorry. Can you switch to my screen quickly? It is a death strike for sure. Yeah, he gone. All right. And now to defend the base. Yeah, I need to go back and defend the.
I got a
the
clear
base,
sky.
right? You got a clear. Nice. Yeah, I may need some help spotting the cap right now. What's left here? We have the CV left with a Kagero, Lightning, and New Orleans Shokaku. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
You think you can?
As
Christian,
is
you
defend
Huh?
from, I'm gonna push their cap.
Nice. You think you can? Yeah, go to. Yeah, okay. You're moving already. Nice. Perfect. You're gonna lose this one? No, we're not. We're gonna fight it. We still have 7 minutes, and I'm about to contest the cap soon enough.
And
So.
I'm gonna drop you fighter support here.
Yeah, thank you. Honestly, try to focus the New Orleans. The DD is not really a big problem. Oh yeah. Oh, that's the Kagero. I'm just gonna engage that instantly. Ah, no hits on that. Are you kidding me? Here we go. That's a hit right there. And now I'm gonna have to smoke up.
Why is my ship not moving ahead, dude?
I'm sorry to ask this, but since there's a lot of action on my screen, can you switch to...
Of course.
Thank you. This Kagero's like, your fighters are actually clutch right now because
Yes, that's why I dropped
I'm
them.
able to just ruin that Kagero's life. I'm actually going to hydro up.
I'm gonna spot him in a second.
Okay, I should be fine. No. Keep the momentum. Keep the momentum, Lightning. Keep it going.
There he is. There he is.
Mhm.
I'm gonna take the New Orleans.
Thank you. Shit. I may die here. Oh, I got him!
Nice.
I may die here, I think. Come on, go forward. Juke him.
I believe. I believe.
I'm just gonna hide. Please no fires, that's all I'm asking. That guy's a bad shot, thank God. Can I go dark now? I'd highly appreciate it.
I only have one torpedo bomber in my thing.
Wait, is the CV actually in the... Ah, crap, he's got a cap. I couldn't get the shot out. I think I may be able to... I don't know. Nah,
I'm gonna spot him.
he's in the smoke, unfortunately.
The CV.
No, the lightning, which is about to cap in a second. Like, I think we have around 30 seconds before he's gonna cap again, so...
Yeah, I'm here with one plane.
I'm trying to blind fire him, but that's not gonna happen. Okay,
Yeah, he is literally in the smoke.
Yeah, he is. Damn it. I don't think I can get into the cap in time, that's the issue. I can. Oh wow, that's a lot of torpedoes. Come on, lightning. Nice.
Oh my god. If I hit this torpedo.
I got the resets. Nice, Christian, you're the best.
You guys
I think I'm
did
dead
not
anyway. I'm
see
dead
this.
anyway.
Oh
Unfortunately.
no.
I'm dead anyway. I messed up my smoke screen. Yeah.
Oh,
It's okay though. We still win because I resetted him. So you can finish him off.
As long
He's
as
slowing
final
down.
does not get resetted in this
He's slowing
smoke.
down. Oh yeah.
I hope you have a smoke screen final.
Yeah, final's fine. It's just the lightning and he's on very low HP, so I'm pretty certain you can actually finish him off. I'll switch back to your screen if you want to do it, because I'm dead. Close enough. I think that's the 3-man topping the scoreboard, though. That's guaranteed.
I don't know about mine.
However this game ends. Oh, there he is. That's an easy kill, Christian.
It's AP bombs.
I know. Why is he still? Why is he shooting torpedoes? I think he sees you. Evasive maneuvers. You have torpedoes incoming.
It's fine. I'm going behind an island,
All right.
but I in-kept him.
The question is, boys, do we throw for the sake of bingo?
No, cap.
No, why would we throw for the bingo?
Cap. We are already all three top of the
So
scoreboard
it would
guaranteed.
be two defeats, Chris.
No, it's fine. It's fine. We need to have the triple man topping. The 2 defeats can happen again. I don't think we need to throw this one away.
literally
I don't think I'm top of the.
don't think
Boss
you know.
finished.
Oh,
fifth.
boss didn't.
Yeah, because I stayed
Oh,
by
wow.
the carrier the whole game, biting smoke. Like,
We can't quite throw. We couldn't quite throw that one. It's not worth it. Good game though. Good game.
Man, they threw. They really threw.
They threw a little bit.
Like the Lenin and the Akizuki threw themselves away.
I mean,
they should
if-
have not pushed into us like that.
if it wasn't for your spotting, that wouldn't have been a.
If it wouldn't have been for my torpedo in the end, dude, you didn't see it. Like I basically had one torpedo. I came from the back into the smoke,
I saw
and
his
then
health drop.
and then I dropped the torpedo blind, and then the lightning got spotted.
I saw
and I
his,
hit with one torpedo.
I saw his health drop, and I was like, "Well, that guy just got a paddle."
It was one torpedo, and God, I will never.
Possible full secondary, not a single secondary hit.
Dude,
Dude.
I mean,
You know, we tried to get into the action. Tikane was almost in the cap at the end, so
I turned around for the sake of turning around,
Yeah.
for the win.
all right. Well, okay. Let's check the bingo. What else do we have to complete? 4,000 base XP. How much base XP did I get on this one?
3,300 something.
Damn it! This one's gonna be rough, guys. Recent patch. Yeah. This one's gonna be rough.
Let's play tier 4 for maybe
Big race.
big
yes.
race.
did we not get the
We-
detonation? I thought we got the detonation.
No, we
No,
don't.
we didn't.
We got a devastating strike.
It's all right, guys. Again, if we manage to hit 20, I'll be very happy about this. 20 is gonna be good already. It's 6 ships already. So
Just a reminder: their detonation just has to happen in the match that we were in. It just
Yeah.
has to happen to one of us.
it's a
So-
detonation. What are you going with? Let's go to
Ooh, Haruna
no.
Kirishima Congo division.
I don't know. Just so we show. Yeah, perfect.
Why is this not?
This is the one.
No, it's not.
Okay. Technical issue. I'm gonna go with tier 4. Let me go with a battleship. Why not?
You could do all 3 of the 4 Congos. Haruna Kirishima.
We can do 3 of the 4 Congos.
Congos.
Yes. Do I even have these?
There we go. See,
Tier
this is the
4
one.
Japanese battleship. I do have them. Yeah. I can go with normal Congo. I already have a build for it.
Is it true Chris Hemsworth plays Legends, dude? I would highly doubt that.
Yeah. Why not? Takagi was what? Cunningham, Maiden, good day's work, marksmanship, reaching out. Do I want to get a better build for this? Are you okay, Christian?
Yeah, I was just checking.
I want to go with Kondo.
What are you playing?
Normal Congo. Blip had a very nice suggestion to go like.
Haruna Kirishima and Congo.
Yep.
All right.
Uh,
I'm gonna go Haruna because I already have it equipped.
all right, that's a good one.
So it sounds like Boss Shiron Kirishima.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, why am I even using?
Pardon.
I need to go spotter plane, not fighter. Eh. All right, I'm ready now. I mean, we still have half an hour, so 2 or 3 games. We can complete a lot of stuff.
Not half an hour. We're just gonna play our last game. It's the time where, we said around 5 hours, but it's slowly but surely getting a little bit on my
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm starting to go on precipitously now. So
Yeah. no.
Okay. Well,
The
last
crate
game.
giveaway is not over yet, and we're gonna probably draw our last 7 winners, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. We had 5 and we need to still do 7, so
no,
the
it'd
list
be
is
8 for
Huh?
13.
Huh?
5 plus 8 equals 13, not 7.
Oh, 13. Yeah, true. Yeah, see? Can't even do quick maths
Can't even do
anymore.
quick math
so
anymore.
you can, you have the list open. The randomizer, just pick the next one.
Pick the next 8.
Yep.
Okay. Oop.
Unfortunately, no big race. No epicenter. Wow, I can't even turn out of this position. Was?
We can. We just turn to the left immediately.
Turn to the right.
Turn to the left.
Crisscross.
Turn to the right. Crisscross. Please pick me. Okay, just because you said that, we specifically don't pick you. Even if you are in one of our randomized lists.
How are we going to finish the bingo? Well, that's, that's the principle of a bingo. Sometimes you don't finish it. We had, I was not expecting us to have that many crosses in the end, to be fair.
Yeah, same.
So right now we have 18 out of 25. That's a
think
very
17.
very good read. 18 because the middle one counts.
12, 14, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, but
Oh, hello, Pensacola. What are you doing?
I don't even have the range on the Pensacola.
Well, my dispersion doesn't look as good, so yeah, okay, 2 shells anyway.
Turn to the left. Turn to the right. Crisscross.
I have to say,
Any ideas how to celebrate birthday in a lockdown? Well, ask Connor. Ask Final Boss.
You don't.
Well,
In a nutshell.
That's the neat part.
is the
You
UK
don't.
is the UK still on lockdown though?
No, we have our restrictions lifted, but I choose life, so I'm not going to go
choose life.
into a tightly crammed nightclub tonight.
Makes sense. Oh, hello, Chris. Who's that? Okay, I thought that smoke was enemy smoke. So
An enemy, yeah.
was my
How
point.
is this Nevada surviving?
I don't know, dude. Oh, incoming Nevada shot from across the map.
Tactical nuke incoming.
Please go. Hit me
Detonation.
too hard. Thank you. Oh, that didn't clear the island? I'm surprised.
Oh, we shot at the same time.
We did. Oh, please hurt. Okay, that was 11k. Sorry, Chris. I'm trying to get out of your.
Hello there. Boop.
Turn in. What's that? It's a Fuso. Okay, not too scary. And now she's dead. We still need to top the scoreboard, lads.
Yeah,
so-
let's go in, guys. Do you have will to rebuild?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, fucking let's go.
Oh, we have a Pensacola.
Let's go.
That Pensacola's not about to do good, I think. Oh, Nevada on the right side. Careful. She has our broadside somehow.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Oh,
That was underwhelming.
that was extremely annoying. Final, go ahead. Come on, full speed ahead. Slacker.
I was trying to get my
What is this?
salvos off. Okay.
Yeah,
can-
you can do that with full speed.
How can you get out the way? We have a DD though about to ambush us. Just be careful. She's right here. Oh my god! What a mess.
Oh, that is one hit at all.
Okay, I've got 8.
Oh, another hit.
Hawking just completely threw our entire formation off.
Oh, are we gonna? Let's push the Hawkins with us.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got 8 winners now.
You,
Okay.
You've won.
Also the names with it.
Yes.
That guy's waiting for us.
So, are we verifying the crate winners or? in the chat?
No, great
No,
winners
no.
we don't.
Yeah, it'd be a lot to ask for. So, congratulations to these
Oh,
8
hi.
winners.
So-
We've got Jacka Samurai.
Oh, DD. Hard slow down, everybody. Mehan just topped us. Careful.
I'm turning in.
Hard slow down.
We have the Hafu. We have NGX Killer 117. We've got Heraldir. We've got Shurabas RU.
Oh, okay, that was actually a.
He whiffed.
All
on
take a
me.
torpedo.
We have Impriced. We have Centurion ES Test 200 and Sephiroth. as-
This Fuso is actually going to be a problem. Let's focus all on Nevada. Just get her out of here.
I'm gonna go in and we're gonna get the
She's
Mayhem.
still focusing me. Jesus.
We're gonna get the
Ouch.
Mayhem. Let's get the Mayhem, guys.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
trying.
repeat the
I'm
name,
trying,
sorry.
I'm trying not to die right now. Oh, okay. I got the Mayhem on target, but the Fuso is actually going to ruin me. Yeah, I'm being focused to death, unfortunately. There's nothing I can quite do about that. Oh my god, I just got Citadel too.
From whom?
The Fuso, because I'm in a crossfire between the Nevada and the Fuso.
Come in here!
I'm trying!
Dude, you slow down!
Okay, I just need... Where the hell did the... You realize that we're about to get wrecked by this Mayhem, because I can't...
No, he already topped. He has like 2 minutes cooldown on the
No, he
torpedoes.
doesn't. He has much more than that. Much less than that.
There he is.
Okay, there he is indeed. Here, see? Torpedoes incoming. And
One
I'm
set.
taking one. I'm dead, I think. Yeah, I'm taking two. I'm dead. GG. Go back to your screen. That was a terrible game for me.
It's a terrible game for us both. Because final boss is behind us again.
Nah, it's okay. As you guys said, it's been 5.5 hours of streaming, so you know, at this point,
Ouch.
we need to cut it.
Let me see if I can ram this Fuso and end the game on that note then.
I mean, why did you not come with us though?
It's
I was
okay.
coming with you, but there was...
No, you weren't. You ditched us.
I was still
We
behind
should make
you.
final boss backstabbed us.
Alright, so what-
Benham smoke. It's death.
What's the game plan? Do we want to spectate this, or do we want to say our farewell?
Well, I mean, was a horrible game. Nobody
announce
won the
the-
Nassaus. The Nassaus were not given away, so were the tier 6.
Yep. But hey, we got 4 ships out there, so we came close enough. We came close enough to at least a 20 square.
Where are the names to the ones with no names on it?
I have them here. Hang on.
Okay.
What about the crates? Blip just announced them.
Yep. So it is Jaka Samurai, the Hafu, NGX Killer 117, Hereldir, Shurabas RU, Impristed, Centurion's ES Test 200, and Sephiroth.
Sephiroth.
So congrats to you guys. That's 13 crates. NASA was given away?
Nope.
No, unfortunately.
They were not.
Nope. We got tier 4 and tier 5 ships given away, but we only went through, let's say, 2/3 of the bingo. But only half the rewards though. So yeah. Okay, back to port for me. Return to port.
Return to action.
Guys, hell of a stream, wasn't it?
Long.
Long.
Very long.
Yeah.
Indeed.
But I mean, that was a lot of stuff. We had the codes, if you want to show them again for people who came in late. 2 codes that are going to be... One code which is going to be available for a long time, another one which is only going to be available until tomorrow, 3 p.m. UTC.
Yes.
Yep. Can you put the codes up, Chris? There you
Oh,
go.
whoopsie.
My bad.
Wrong.
Wrong button! Door stuck! Door stuck!
Final boss
Door
is still
stuck.
getting owned in the QG.
Oh.
But
I
can you put
really
up
like the fire effects that these arpeggio ships have.
it's really nice,
when
yeah.
they're on fire. Yeah.
Why the
Yeah,
hell?
even OBS is tired now, guys. We can't even display the codes.
Ah.
There you go. Nice.
There are the codes.
Nice. There we go.
2021 Forever OLEG and 2021 OLEG is back.
Yeah.
So, first code is for the flag, second code is for the ship.
The Oleg is back. Yeah.
Yep.
The second one. Oleg is back for...
Yeah, that's what I just said. But yeah, I mean, I'm just going to say my word and let the guys finishing up. I am glad to be back. I was on holidays for 2 weeks and I'm glad to be back. It feels good. Longest stream we may have done, at least for Legends.
Yeah.
And I
But it
hope
was
you guys
also-
had fun. We had a lot of retention on the amount of viewers and it's super nice. So congrats to all the winners for both the crates and the ship. Another thank
The
you.
shit.
The ships, my bad. Another thank you to Drac for spending 2 hours with us. Another thank you to Prince Blip for running his Ships of the Line stream like he's running it. And thank you for Christian for organizing this entire stream from the get-go, because it was a lot of work to do. And I just came in and just put my feet under the table and enjoyed the entire stuff. So, guys, have a very good one. I'll leave the rest to my colleagues.
And I guess I'll pass it on, or take it on here. So thank you everybody for coming, and thank you again to Drachinifel. Make sure you go check out his YouTube channel at YouTube/Drachinifel. Yeah, he covers all sorts of naval history topics from all sorts of different eras. And thank you for tuning in. And make sure you redeem your OLEG codes if you haven't already. And also we have to thank you, of course, for 2 years of World Warships Legends, because this is our 2nd year anniversary this weekend, more or less. And thank you all.
I guess I'm gonna take the end on me. Thank you guys for tuning in, be part of this long stream with us. Historical part 1 of American Cruisers, and we're gonna have a second part with Prince Blip coming up probably in the upcoming 2, 3, 4 weeks, depending on how long he needs to prepare, because it's always a lot of research for him to go through the history. Besides that, thank you again for just sharing the time with us. I always enjoy doing this with my team. Blaine for the historical input, Robin for helping me out with all the assets for the stream, the overlay, the stinger, the graphics.
And the badass gameplay.
It's a people always say that French and Germans cannot put the things aside, but when we play together, it's either me carrying him or he carrying me.
Look at us.
Yes, look at us. And also,